Oh my god, that was mad as poo. Don't know whether I'm live. Am I live? There's the two of you there. Yep, live. It's only oh yeah, me. It's just us three here then. God, that was mad. My whole screen just disappeared with everything on it. I was trying to log into my second account, my Smiler 2 account. I can't even remember the email address to it. No plus. God, that fish tank sounds loud. Pump seems to be getting faster and faster. It ain't falling. Not very many people have got this account. I can't even log into this account. I can't work out what the email address was. I'm sure I had it written down. But if I use this account, I normally log in from the other computer. But that's still in bits because I'm lazy. Well, I've been busy doing other things. Any Luap mirror. What? Any Luap. See, in this one, I can't do nothing. I can't even give out moderation or nothing because I'm not signed in. Crazy. Mirror. Mirror pooling. Nope, don't get it. So notifications obviously going out then. Because this account, I think there's only 99 subscribers on it. Okay. Too fast for me, Peter. See, I can't do a community post. Can't share it. Okie dokie. Yeah, I got a strike on the last one. Somebody didn't like it. I said I was anti-semetic and I hate Jews, and it was Jew hate speech. Somebody else called me a Holocaust denier. Well, it denied the Holocaust. How you doing, Michael? You recovering? I don't know what you had done. I know you said that you were recovering from an operation. No, I didn't do it. Not yet. I had 2 emails during the stream. And then I noticed somebody put up a post after the stream. Oh, not good. It doesn't look like we're going to get very many people in, does it, on this account? Strange weather for summer. It's been sunny here. A little bit overcast, but still being sunny. Now we're going to stick with Magic 6 in the chat, are we? Or 6 people watching. Is that all we're going to get? Okie dokie, Peter. Cheers for that. Yep. Other account is, was it 6 days now? 5 days, is it? 5 days left? I don't know. But it's struck. Have an argument, yeah. Operation Paperclip. Bullseye. Your other account's still running fine. Yeah, no, I'm just on a strike. I can't broadcast from it, I think. Well, it's not streaming on there as well, is it? Can't be. Your content was there are still 6 days left before your penalty. Until then, you won't be able to do things like upload, post, or live stream. Yeah, so I still can't live stream on the other account. Yeah, I can't live stream on it. is a bugger. I was watching Ron's live stream the other night. Oh, and again this morning. I think he was going on about it again this morning. Talking about Palestinian or Hamas military themed summer camps. Well, guess what? As well as Russia doing them, Israel kids flock to military themed summer camps. TPMG there. So, Israel kids flock to military themed summer camps. And what date was this? 2019. This one was. These summer camps are an expression of cultural militarism and characteristics of Israeli society. This is for Palestine, says Mum, who gave birth through smuggled sperm. This is an even better one, this is. Israel Tea Summer Camp. Camp activities: Krav Maga, first aid, fitness training, navigation and survival, learning about Zionism and Jewish history, sports, paintball, touring Israel, shooting and safety, and level skills, leadership training.
My name is Sharon Gatz. I'm the CEO of Caliber 3 and a colonel in the IDF Special Forces.
So he's a colonel in the IDF Special Forces. And he teaches kids.
Caliber 3 is the premier academy in Israel for counter-terror and security training. Caliber 3 established the Caliber 3 boot camp in the
Go back to the picture, Smiler. Which picture?
Summer of 2015 for Jewish boys from all over the world. In the camp, we wanted to instill in the heart of the boys the love for the land of Israel and for the Jewish people. In the camp, we teach the boys leadership, self-confidence, and we give them a taste of what it means to be a soldier in the Israeli Defense Forces.
There was a lot of fun parts. We did a lot of water hikes, which were great. We got like a lesson while we were doing it about where we were and what the hike was, but also it was like extremely fun.
The number one value that I learned is that you should never say no or I can't do this, because in the end you actually can. Oh, I felt a big sense of accomplishment.
I think these are all experiences that really enhance a child's experience, especially a teenager, in thinking about very difficult, very serious things that they want to accomplish in their lives. And this gives them a great platform, a great foundation to build upon as they get into their collegiate years and beyond.
Friendship was probably another big value. You know, working together as a team. You're not just one person, you're a whole team, and you get things done a lot faster when you work as a team. In the beginning, we're all shy to each other. None of us really knew each other well. But then as the camp progressed, we all just became like brothers. There's nothing that could break us apart.
It's really amazing how that could happen.
When we went to Yad Vashem, it was really amazing. Like, after all this training, everything, it really puts meaning into what you're doing. You realize, your history, your past.
Our third Shabbat in Hebron was probably the most spiritual. You don't have a chance to spend a Shabbat in praying in Mararat HaMachpelah.
The staff was amazing. Josh, our counselor, was great. He was the best. He made the camp what it is.
I feel like you couldn't get any better than them.
They'll give you advice, they'll motivate you. It's how they push you to the limit. I mean, you think you're at the limit, but you end up going further. Just amazing what they do for you.
I think an important part of the whole program was the instructors' care for our well-being, and they were also always out watching us, making sure we were safe.
After the entire camp and everything we did, I just feel so much more connected to Israel.
Modern Orthodox atmosphere, 3 kosher meals a day. Your American outpost, isn't it? Mm. So not only do Palestinians have one, Russian kids do as well. What do our kids get taught? Gay agenda, trans agenda, LGBTQ, how to poo in a cat litter tray, pronouns. So is it a bad thing? There's nothing. It's no difference to being in the cadets at school, isn't it? I was in the combined cadet force, but it's, you go over to Master Ons and it's shock horror. that they have these training camps. Well, Britain's had them since I was a kid. It was called the Cadet Force. But he wants to keep on showing one, which is the Palestinian one. What you got? You got the RAF cadets, the Army cadets, the what's the Navy cadets called? Sea cadets. You got the Sea cadets. It's all shut down. Left me with a black screen. This was an interesting video earlier. We'll have to play a bit, review it. Let me know if it's got volume. Can't remember if I hit the little square or not.
As it is and say it straight out, you guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us because we all die for your sins every single day. Because we all die for your sins every single day. Because we all die for your sins every single day.
And so when he's saying he's coming to redeem, well, he would say, redeem Israel, oh God, out of all their troubles. First thing they need to be redeemed at, more dangerous than Hamas, more dangerous than Muslim neighbors, are internal, these, and there's another biblical name, these who say they are Jews and are not.
I was going to ask you about that. In Revelation 3:8, I think, I was going to ask you that question. Does that refer to this time, or can it refer to this time?
It can. It's Revelation 3:9. Indeed, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not, but lie.
Yeah.
And there's a different application for it, but we understand this is really there's a practical storyline I've shared before on a program maybe a year ago, I don't know, about the Khazarian mafia and the Khazarian Jews, and I'll just say the briefest understanding of it and how this applies to them, because it's about 1,000 years ago. Really, these are almost like marauding tribes, not like tribes of the tribe of Israel, but they're based out of the Ukraine, ironically or not, based out of Kiev. And these were those that would go around, take new lands, and they were known, they had brought the Babylonian religion with them. They were doing cannibalism, human trafficking, no boundaries, sex interaction. They were so wicked that the story goes that he who led, I believe, is a czar of Russia, when he had won a battle against him, gave him an option. And in some way or another, this is a truth that they were told, again, 1,000 years ago, you must choose a religion. You all are worthless people. You're not training your kids into any kind of civility, reasonableness. And he gave them a choice of the three Abrahamic religions. And the three Abrahamic religions being either, at the time we'd say Catholicism, Christianity. The other one is Islam, and the other was Judaism. And so they, in a very pragmatic way, the Khazarians chose Judaism because the Pope was and the Vatican, they were very hands-on, forcible conversions. And so it was not a light thing to go under that, nor was it Islam. It's a heavy yoke on both, and so Judaism would leave them alone, and so they did some things of incorporating some level of they weren't, first of all, they were not Semite.
As far as the alleged conversion of the Khazaris, you can read it in Yehuda Halevi's book, The Khazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion, there are Turkic people a little over 1,000 years ago, that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism and then became part of the larger Jewish people a little over 1,000 years ago, that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism and then became part of the larger Jewish people a little over 1,000 years ago. You say, where did the name Ashkenazi came from? So a little over 1,000 years ago, as Jewish people scattered around the world had now emigrated in Europe and now were living in the Rhineland in Germany, they looked at the name Gomer in Genesis 10, and they connected Gomer with Germany, so they took on the identity of the name Ashkenaz.
Without getting too semantic, or at the risk of getting too semantic, does it matter that the Jews are not Semites, or does this phrase anti-Semitism just means hatred for the Jewish people? They're Ashkenazi, they're Eastern European Jews.
You say, where did the name Ashkenazi came from? So a little over 1,000 years ago, as Jewish people scattered around the world had now emigrated in Europe and now were living in the Rhineland in Germany, they looked at the name Gomer in Genesis 10, and they connected Gomer with Germany, so they took on the identity of the name Ashkenaz. It has nothing to do with Ashkenaz in the Bible, which is a descendant of Yafet. It's just a name that was taken. Okay, it's that simple. Just like my last name Brown doesn't refer to the color of my skin or anything else. It was shortened from a Russian name when my grandfather came over at Ellis Island. The name got shortened to Brown. It's just a name. That's all it is. So the idea that Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Yafet is a myth, 100% false.
Soldier, diplomat, politician, prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu has been called many things in his life. A life of contrasts and contradictions. A life of power and ambition. But who is the real Netanyahu? What does he stand for? What are his beliefs? What is his story?
Maybe you will ask, who is Mr. Milikovsky? I did ask, and you told me, but I didn't know before. He is Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah. A Lithuanian. Submission to Almighty in Arabic language is called Muslim. It's where you find Jesus speaking in his mother tongue, Aramaic, saying, I am Muslim, I submit to Almighty. But you'll see what the Talmud says about it. Talmud is really not a very good. People moan about the Quran, but when you look at the Talmud, I'll show the Talmud in a minute. Wow, blows your brains out.
This is the real name
Prime Minister or President of Israel.
The colonial settler state of Israel. He lately made a really controversial statement talking about Palestinian made Hitler do the Holocaust. And he said, what?
And this attack and other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920, 1921, 1929 were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. You said, burn them.
The Israeli Prime Minister says it wasn't a Nazi idea. He says it came from a Palestinian Muslim, Hitler's companion in this photo, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who he says...
They actually set up the Havara Agreement. And they started moving the Ashkenazis via boat to Palestine. Crazy. But I think somebody in a minute calls Netanyahu or Mavisti, because his dad is called Ben Zion, and his whole name is completely made up.
Passed on the suggestion when they met in 1941.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. You said, burn them.
Well, at first I didn't believe what I heard.
Colette Avital was once Netanyahu's opponent in Israel's parliament. She's also a Holocaust survivor.
It's belittling the role of the Nazi party, of Hitler himself, and of all his associates for the final solution.
Some historians have also piled on the prime minister.
The killing of the Jews was already a fact.
Their view, Netanyahu got his facts wrong, absolved Hitler, and gave support to those who deny the Holocaust ever happened.
Hitler didn't need any kind of advice from somebody, and of course not the advice of some small fry like the Mufti of Jerusalem. So the whole dialogue that Netanyahu mentioned was invented.
He lately made a really controversial statement talking about Palestinian made Hitler do the Holocaust. And he said, what? Yeah, he said that the Palestinians were behind the Holocaust. They kind of pushed Hitler to do the Holocaust. Now, before going to talk in details about that, I would like to talk about an incident happened in the United Nations to show who is Mr. Milikovsky, the real one. He claimed once on a podium of United Nations that his first name, Benjamin, go 4,000 years BCE, when the Benjamin and David were running on the hills of Judea. And his second name, Netanyahu, go back 2,000 years because some archaeologists found a ring was written on it, Netanyahu. He did not mention that his father, Ben Zion Milikovsky, changed this name, Milikovsky, to Netanyahu in 1920s when they moved from Lithuania to colonize Palestine. So Mr. Netanyahu, or I should call him Mr. Milikovsky, dare to say in front of all United Nations that his second name, his last name, Netanyahu, go back 2,000 years.
Showing the long claim on
in
Israel.
order to use this claim to expel my family and the Palestinian who live in Palestine for centuries. So this is the kind of person who is Netanyahu or Mr. Milikovsky. And another example, Sarkozy and Obama in one of the meetings.
Sarkozy was the
president of France.
Okay.
One time they were caught with open mic talking with each other. Sarkozy telling Obama that this guy is such a liar. He's talking about Netanyahu. And Obama responded saying, are you telling me I have to deal with him every day?
Yeah. I remember that happening when
An open mic during last week's G20 summit caught President Obama and French President Nicolas Sarkozy complaining about Israel's prime minister, according to a report by Reuters. I cannot bear Netanyahu. He's a liar, said Sarkozy. Obama, according to a French interpreter who was translating his remarks, replied, "You're fed up with him, but I have to deal with him even more often than you." The president didn't exactly come to the defense of Netanyahu, whom he most recently saw at the UN in September. It's not surprising, says Martin Indyk, who served as U.S. ambassador to Israel during the Clinton and Bush administrations.
It reveals the inner feelings of the president towards Prime Minister Netanyahu. I don't think it's any secret that these two leaders have not gotten on, basically, from their first meeting on.
And an Oval Office encounter this past May further revealed the frosty relationship between the leaders.
While Israel is prepared to make generous compromises for peace, it cannot go back to the 1967 lines.
Netanyahu was.
See, everybody wanted them to go back to the 1967 lines from the stolen lands after the 6-Day War. Just making a coffee. Fancy calling yourself a fake name, saying your name's 2,000 years old and 1,000 years old, or long. What did he say? Was it one of it 4,000 years old and the other one's 2,000 years old? Stolen from from a ring. Because Netanyahu's dad, Ben Zion Mobilisky, he was friends with David Ben-Gurion, the first leader.
Essentially lecturing a stern-faced President Obama.
Sarkozy telling Obama that this guy is such a liar. He's talking about Netanyahu. And Obama responded saying, are you telling me I have to deal with him every day?
Yeah. I remember that happening.
Now, I'm not really depending here on the words of Sarkozy or Obama.
Who is the real Netanyahu? What does he stand for? What are his beliefs? What is his story? What is his story? What is his story? This story begins in October 1949, 1 year after Israel's formation. This is when Netanyahu was born, the second child of a historian. His paternal grandfather was a rabbi and a Zionist writer. His name was Nathan Milikowski. Later in life, he Hebraized his surname from Milikowski to Netanyahu, a name which means God has given.
This is Yair Netanyahu's DNA test that has been leaked. You can see right there his Y DNA is RM198. Descendants of RM198 come from Poland, Russia, Germany, and other European countries. Does this look Semetic to you? Does this look Middle Eastern?
Who is the real Netanyahu? What does he stand for? What are his beliefs? What is his story? What is his story? What is his story?
Police make a wild discovery underneath a synagogue in Brooklyn.
An illegal tunnel found below the Chabad Lubavitch world headquarters in Crown Heights.
All right, Fox 5's Lisa Evers takes a look at how it was discovered.
9 men are facing charges this afternoon after police say they dug a secret tunnel into the sanctuary of the Chabad Lubavitch headquarters in Brooklyn.
The men described by police as extremist students are accused of digging the tunnel so that they would be able to have access to the sanctuary after hours. And when a cement truck was brought in to fill that tunnel, the men stood in the tunnel, refusing to leave.
The discovery of a secret tunnel eventually led to a massive brawl inside a 100-year-old synagogue in Brooklyn, New York. Known as 770, the synagogue serves one of the largest groups of Hasidic Jews in the world. Now, luckily, no injuries were reported from this brawl, believe it or not. But what the hell sparked it? What is behind the brawl in the first place? What got people so fired up? Well, it was all over the discovery of a tunnel and an attempt by authorities to fill it with cement. So you see a gentleman coming out of that tunnel. This isn't in the Middle East, guys. This is in Brooklyn. Okay, this is in Brooklyn.
Who is the real Netanyahu? What does he stand for? What are his beliefs? What is his story? What?
They talk about the Palestinian tunnels, don't they? Or the Hamas tunnels. There you go, Brooklyn, New York. They're tunneling. People pride arrogance won't let them admit First and Second World War was a waste of time, as every other war since then, a massive waste of mankind's wealth, time, sweat and blood. And lives. Don't forget the lives. But then, how much money did all the big bankers make out of it? Done to repress the information elders used to pass down. Without them, no information of old, just what's new every day. Today's life controlled. Oh yeah, we'll get on to that in a minute about your life being controlled, Peter.
What is his story? What is his story?
You see the money passing hands now.
בזמן שישראל לאחרונה נמצא בטקסט כמה עניינים. מה שרואה עוד, וגם משהו שעדיין משאיר ליבו, אז הייתה משהו במה ידיעתו.
The Messiah hasn't come, so do something to make him come. And he got double payment. He got a double wedge of cash. You wait until you see the wedges of cash being given out. Mental, man.
הכלים שהם מספיק, כאילו שהיום כבר שוד, כמה שוד בגלל ועדיין ליבו, אבל יש עוד כמה שעות, אז יש משתדלים גם היום, ובשורות טובות. מתייחסים כל לטוב ליבו. כדי שחסידים מקפידים שכל
They couldn't even define in this bill what anti-Semitism is, although that the American Jewish Committee just did. They said anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, so that's your definition now. If you say anything against Israel, it's anti-Semitism. This bill, they had a hard time defining it. They also can't define what a Jew is.
In New York City, 20,000 Hasidic Jews still keep traditions which have remained unaltered for centuries. They are called the Lubavitch Chabad. The Lubavitch believe that they have the answer to the question, what is a Jew? Or more precisely, what does God expect of a Jew? God expects that a Jew should be someone who sticks rigidly to orthodox practices and to a fundamentalist reading of the Jewish Bible, the Torah. Crown Heights, Brooklyn is the headquarters of a movement which has set up communities in 28 countries. The influence of the Lubavitch is felt worldwide, but most notably in Israel, where Orthodox religious parties would like to achieve a purely religious state. Hasidism began in Eastern Europe in the 18th century and was argued over even then. It attracted thousands to its emotional, mystical worship, but existing orthodoxy opposed it. Hasidic life centers on a charismatic leader known as the Rebbe. The Lubavitch Rebbe is Menachem Mendel Schneerson. He's the seventh in a dynasty which stretches back 200 years. He is revered by his followers as father, guru, king, miracle worker, perhaps even Messiah.
Who is the real Netanyahu? What does he stand for? What are his beliefs? What is his story?
And the Chabad Lubavitch UK was founded in the UK in 1959 with the direction of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, OBM, whose unconditional love for all people continues to live on through his work of his shlushim around the world. And that's been in the UK since 1959, and that's what they're talking about there in America. And it's a massive, massive organization. It's got nothing to do with Judaism.
What is his story? What is his story?
Netanyahu is going to pass the scepter to the Messiah. Look at all the dosh. Blessings and success, good tidings. You don't even know who he is yet. Ah, you're the clerk of the Knesset. Oh, I have some more money then. To the wedge of money there, look.
Yeah. A culture prospect that Chevy misses today, no.
Behörde saçma kendisi ötürü tabi kendisi saçma medicine.
Das znaczy, że ja się zdaje, czy kiedy zaszliśmy do handlu z czy do cygi pasza,
To the biles.
gra. Leefde masken dan de negeren masken.
If they agree, then I also agree. It's nothing to do with it.
Verlagen dat wat de afspraken na het jaar. Daar niet zo bewegen, niet zo je land, zo kan je niet dat het stoppen zijn.
Worldwide Lubavitch movement introduced the Talmudic Noahide laws to the United States Congress. Yeah, that's mad. So the Talmudic Noahide laws to the United States Congress. We also have them in the British government.
#104 102nd Congress of the United States of America AT. The first session begun and held at the city of Washington on Thursday, the 3rd day of January. 1991 joint resolution to designate March 26, 1991, as Education Day, U.S.A. Whereas Congress recognizes the historical tradition of ethical values and principles which are the basis of civilized society, and upon which our great nation was founded. Whereas these ethical values and principles have been the bedrock of society from the dawn of civilization, when they were known as the 7 Noahide laws. Whereas without these ethical values and principles, the edifice of civilization stands in serious peril of returning to chaos. Whereas society is profoundly concerned with the recent weakening of these principles that has resulted in crises that beleaguer and threaten the fabric of civilized society. Whereas the justified preoccupation with these crises must not let the citizens of this nation lose sight of their responsibility to transmit these historical ethical values from our distinguished past to the generations of the future. Whereas the Lubavitch movement has fostered and promoted these ethical values and principles throughout the world. Whereas Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, leader of the Lubavitch movement, is universally respected and revered, and his 89th birthday falls on March 26, 1991. Whereas in tribute to this great spiritual leader, the Reba, his 90th year will be seen as one of education and giving, the year in which we turn to education and charity to return the world to the moral and ethical values contained in the 7 Noahide laws. And whereas this will be reflected in an international scroll of honor signed by the President of the United States and other heads of state, now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, that March 26, 1991, the start of the 90th year of Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, leader of the worldwide Lubavitch movement, is designated as Education Day, U.S.A. The President is requested to issue a proclamation calling upon the people of the United States to observe such day with appropriate ceremonies and activities.
Who is the real Netanyahu? What does he stand for? What are his beliefs? What is his story? What is his story? What is his story?
I spoke to Prime Minister Renzi of Italy and to David Cameron, Prime Minister of Britain, and to Angela Merkel just in the last few weeks. And I said, I don't want to talk about ISIS, that's politically loaded. You can ask me privately later. But I wanted to speak about Boko Haram.
He don't want to talk about ISIS because he's funding ISIS. We all are.
I wanted to speak about Al-Shabaab. You know, there must be at least 12, probably closer to 20 leaders of African nations who came to Israel, just as Asia is coming to Israel. And they only want 3 things from us: Israeli technology, and Israeli technology. African states all come and they say, we want Israeli technology in agriculture, in healthcare, in irrigation, whatever. And they all come down to one word: security. Help us in security. So I suggested to some of the European countries a simple partnership. We form consortiums to deal with individual countries, help them with their economy, help them with their security. The Islamist movements in Africa are not yet strong. They can be defeated today. They can be defeated today. It'll be a lot harder tomorrow. And my point is, in addition to the battle of ideas, there's the battle. You have to win the battle. And the earlier you win it, the cheaper it will be. The longer you wait, eventually, these forces will dissipate, because there is no hope, there is no future for a world of darkness. Because there is no hope, there is no future for a world of darkness. Because there is no hope, there is no future for a world of darkness.
For the righteous, they exist in the world to come and they're rewarded. And for those whose major complexion is black, are excluded from the world to come.
Anyone ever heard of the word anti-Semitic? What's that mean? What does that mean? Against who? Against the who? Say it one more time. Against the who? If you're anti-Semitic, you're against Jews. Where'd that come from? You know, anti-Semitic, the word only goes back to the late 1800s. As it relates to being anti-Jewish. Now, okay, now, don't throw your rocks at me. But how is it that only white Jews get to be referred to as Semitic? But how is it that only white Jews get to be referred to as Semitic?
But how is it that only white Jews get to be referred to as Semitic?
Bring home the hostages, period.
On October 7th, Hamas came in and murdered about 1,200 Israeli people, and 200 plus Israelis were kidnapped.
How is that okay? How is society not speaking up?
That could have been your mom. That could have been your sister. That could have been you.
They are us. We are them.
They're still being tortured by Hamas, and we need to act fast.
There is nothing political or dangerous about saying, bring them home now. Nothing.
My name is Elon Gold.
Jennifer Jason Lee.
Sarah Idan, and I stand with Israel
and the Jewish people. Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
But how is it that only white Jews get to be referred to as Semitic?
Anti-Zionism has become the latest brand of anti-Semitism.
Being a Zionist means you support the existence of the state of Israel in our Jewish ancestral homeland.
Saying that being anti-Zionist is not anti-Semitic, I feel like, is kind of a conversation stopper.
It's basically saying Jew hatred.
If you're not against Jews, but you're against the only place that grants them safety, I don't believe you.
My name is Eitan Bernath.
Jennifer Goodwin.
Lizzie Savetsky.
And I stand with Israel
and the Jewish people.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
So this is how Israel promotes itself. We are a secular, we are a democratic country. I have never seen a secular or democratic country that would actually give contraception shots to its own citizens, to their Ethiopian Jews, and make them not to reproduce. And until 2013, they have confessed doing that. They have been doing this for 10 years. That is not a democratic country.
They also have 130,000 Ethiopians. Now, in this case, the Ethiopians are Jewish, so it doesn't really matter. It's a Jewish state, so they should be welcome, right? Well, not exactly. The health ministry has just admitted that they were doing forced sterilization of Ethiopian women, even though they're Jewish, as they were coming into the country. Now, thank God the sterilization is not permanent, but it did last for a long time. In fact, over the last 10 years, the birth rate among Ethiopians in Israel has dropped by 50%. Now, you don't have to speculate as to why. As I just told you, Israel's health minister has admitted they did the program. And in fact, he sent out a note saying not to renew prescriptions for Depo-Provera for women of Ethiopian origin if for any reason there is concern that they might not understand the ramifications of the treatment. I don't think the issue was that they didn't understand the ramifications of the treatment. The issue was as they were coming in, they were told they had to get that shot. Sometimes they were lied to and said, oh yeah, it's a vaccination and it's going to help you with your health.
There's outrageous amounts of anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, anti-Jew.
Whatever the worst thing to be in society at the time, that's what the Jews are labeled as. Whatever the worst thing to be in society at the time, that's what the Jews are labeled as.
Whatever the worst thing to be in society at the time, that's what the Jews are labeled as.
Colonizer, genocider.
That's modern anti-Semitism.
And that's a worldwide problem.
Anti-Semitism has no place in our world.
My name is Ariel Martin.
Elon Gold.
Jennifer Jason Lee.
And I stand with Israel
and the Jewish people.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Anyone ever heard of the word anti-Semitic? What's that mean? What does that mean? Against who? Against the who? Say it one more time. Against the who? If you're anti-Semitic, you're against Jews. Where'd that come from? You know, anti-Semitic, the word only goes back to the late 1800s. As it relates to being anti-Jewish. Now, okay, now, don't throw your rocks at me. But how is it that only white Jews get to be referred to as Semitic? You know how many kids Shem had? Persia came from Shem. You are what your daddy are. So Persians they're Semites. Well, Arabians came from Abraham, who came from Eber, who came from Shem. So Arabians are Semites. So how come prejudice against Arab people isn't anti-Semitism when they're Semites? Well, how come only Ashkenazi white-skinned Jews can cry out anti-Semitism? Or are they the only ones that can when there's a whole lot of Semites in this world? See, that's both the impressive nature of etymology, but also the dangers. You take a word, you give it a new meaning, and somehow the new meaning holds the most weight. I've given you examples of this before, right? Well, I mean, the word gay. What's gay mean? How do y'all know that? Where you get that from? Because it's an old word. It's real old. How many of you existed in a world where gay men happy? Where the word gay could be used as a synonymous term for the word happy? So that's what it originally meant. But we can't say that today. Why can't we say it today? The word's been hijacked. It's been taken. It's been given a new meaning. And for some strange reason, the new meaning holds the most weight. Supersedes every. How can you supersede the law of first mention? But it has happened. Again, the word anti-Semite, anti-Semitism, and what it means only goes back to the late 1800s. And it is a word that was coined.
What's your thoughts? Please be respectful with your comments. Also, please click the like, click the notification bell, and subscribe to this channel.
Listen. Yeah, that's right. This is quite funny.
Genesis chapter 11 verse 10 explains the genealogy of Shem.
Shem was a black man in Africa. If you repeat this back, Genesis 14, verse 13, Abraham steps on the scene. Being a descendant of Shem, which is a fact, means Abraham too was Abraham, born in the city of a black man, called Nimrod, grandson of Ham. Ham had 4 sons. One was named Canaan. Here, let me do some explaining. Abraham, Isaac was the... Jacob had 12 sons, for real, and these were the children of Israel. According to Genesis chapter 10, these were the children of Israel. According to Genesis chapter 10, these were the children of Israel. According to Genesis chapter 10.
See, even the American government, they put in their new law with anti-Semitism. UK have brought out a new law of anti-Semitism, haven't they? But like I said the other day, the people call me an anti-Semite. Well, prove I'm an anti-Semite. I'll stand up in court. They're using it as against Israel. Well, Israel aren't Semites. Zionism isn't a Semite. So all these people running around going, "Oh, look, he's anti-Semite." Yeah, I need to push this channel a bit more, don't I? I don't know how I'm going to do it. There's only 3 of us watching according to YouTube. And I can't even log in till I finish putting the other computer together. A day spot. Right. Well, it must have got something because Pauline turned up, didn't she? This is a really, really old video. Really old. What the Jewish Talmud says about babies, Jesus, blacks and Christians.
Academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated. There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remained the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition which Jesus so bitterly rebuked. The Talmud reveals how deep was Israel's apostasy. The Talmud also helps us understand the basis for Christ's unflattering descriptions of the Pharisees.
Jesus described the Pharisees as hypocrites, children of hell, blind guides, whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones. He even described the Pharisees as children of their father the devil, a murderer from the beginning. The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ. Manipulating the Romans to actually wield the spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen. The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed. With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection, but not in the case of perverse connection. The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law. Normal rape
in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of law.
However, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums. The Pharisees were deeply influenced by such practices.
In 3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls.
Did you get that? Did you get that? All 3 of you, did you get that?
3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls.
Seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls. I'd like to know what others think, so I will ask. What is a life if you have not lived it via looking? the answer to every question given. Have you heard what he just said, Peter? 3-year-old baby girls. What they say about them crying is just crazy, man. Crazy. Something like every tear they shed is the virginity coming back.
In fact, many of the greatest rabbis of the Talmud, including Simeon ben Yochai, upheld this privilege. Today in Israel, thousands of Jews go to Meron every year to venerate the memory of Simeon ben Yochai, one of the most respected rabbis in the history of Judaism.
That slept with a 3-year-old.
In one of dozens of endorsements of child sex, Simeon ben Yochai said, "A proselyte under the age of 3 years and a day is permitted to marry a priest." Agreeing with ben Yochai, the great Rabbah said, "When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, or when the girl is less than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye." The footnote to this passage says, "As tears Yochai, the great Rabbah said, when a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, or when the girl is less than..." than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye. The footnote to this passage says, "As tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3.
So as the little girl cries, so does the virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years. And people talk about the Quran. You know, I've said like many times how many of our royal families over the decades have married children. We hear of Muhammad marrying a 9-year-old. Have we ever heard of what the Talmud? Because you try researching the Talmud. The Talmud for English people or non-Jewish people is reading it is like apparently it's a death sentence for any Jew to give a non-Jew the Talmud is a death penalty for them.
3 years. The same section confirms that sexual activity with small boys is in the same category. The intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act. In addition to
Intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act. Nevertheless, the woman is injured by it as by a piece of wood. What the fuck does that actually mean?
adulterers, Christ, in the story of the Good Samaritan, portrayed the Pharisees as racial bigots, too self-righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew. It is true, because of the wickedness of the Canaanites, which included sodomy and infant sacrifice, Israel had been commanded by God to be harsh in her treatment of the inhabitants of the land. God made it clear that the Canaanites were not simply to be avoided, but destroyed. By the time of the New Testament, this method of preserving God's kingdom by separation and the sword had become obsolete. God no longer made a racial difference between men.
But the Pharisees were unfazed by God's new agenda. The Talmud was finally written down nearly 5 centuries after Christ, yet its critical, even homicidal attitudes toward Gentiles might have been lifted out of the book of Joshua. However, the quickest way to grasp the Talmudic view of Gentiles is not directly from the Talmud, but from the Jewish encyclopedias. If If we quote an isolated opinion from the Talmud, a rabbi may quickly object, saying, but that is not the overall opinion of the Talmud. That is not the definitive view. What the Jewish Encyclopedia provides us is a definitive overview of perhaps hundreds of rabbinic statements on any subject, giving us accurate summaries of what the Talmud generally teaches.
In its article on Gentiles, the Jewish Encyclopedia begins to define what makes a Jew so different from a Gentile. According to the rabbis, only Israelites are men. Gentiles they class not as men, but as barbarians. Since Gentiles are not men in the fullest sense, so the Gentile is not a neighbor of a Jew. Further, since Gentile laws were too crude to admit of reciprocity, meaning too crude to be taken seriously, the Gentile was forever beneath the Jew. Gentiles were outlawed by God from the beginning, and thus had no property rights. The Almighty offered the Torah to the Gentile nations also, but since they refused to accept it, he withdrew his shining legal protection from them and transferred their property rights to Israel, who observed his law. Since the Talmud outlawed the child, or issue of a Gentile, as that of a beast, a Gentile had as little legal rights in a Jewish court as did an animal. The Talmud states that if a Gentile sue an Israelite, the verdict is for the defendant, the Israelite. Conversely, if the Israelite is the plaintiff, he obtains full damages. Because the Talmud conspires against Gentiles, if a Jew was ever caught telling a Gentile what the Talmud really says, such a person deserves death. So vile was the nature of a Gentile that the great Simeon ben Yohai said, "The best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed. The best of snakes ought to have its head crushed." Jews, however, are exalted beings in the Talmud, worthy of praise. Christ described the Pharisee who blessed himself, saying, "I thank thee, Lord, that I am not as other men." An eminent Talmudic rabbi says the same. "Blessed be thou, who hast not made me a Goy, or Gentile." There is a special antagonism between the Talmud and Jesus. The Talmud attacks him everywhere it can, even his mother. Mary, the Talmud says, was a whore who mated with carpenters. She who was the descendant of princes and governors played the harlot with carpenters. It naturally followed that the scribes declared Christ to be a bastard. In its article on Jesus, the Jewish Encyclopedia says that Jewish writings defame Christ. It is the tendency of all these sources to belittle the person of Jesus by ascribing to him illegitimate birth, magic, and a shameful death. Jesus, according to this article, was considered one of the three worst enemies of Judaism who came to an ignoble end. The Talmud.
The Talmud in Israel, they spend 7.5 years. It's a 4-year cycle and then another 3.5 year cycle because they go over it again. So they do it for 7.5 years. They read and study the Talmud. And it's a 7.5 year cycle. So they still study the Talmud today. And it takes them 7.5 years. It takes them 4 years and then it takes them 3.5 years to reread it. And you see them all sitting in all the what they libraries, synagogues, whatever you want to call them, classrooms, and they sit there rocking backwards and forwards, reading it, and it's all printed backwards as well. Like we open the book left to right, they open it right to left.
Says they subjected him to 4 deaths: stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangling. The Talmud also says he is now in hell, punished with boiling hot excrement. What is Christ's advice as he speaks to us out of hell? The Jewish Encyclopedia quotes Jesus as telling us above all to bless the Jews. He says, "Further their well-being. Do nothing to their detriment. Whoever touches them touches even the apple of his eye." Christians, as followers of the false prophet Jesus, also deserve death. The Jewish Encyclopedia again recaps the Talmud's position. A Gentile observing the Sabbath deserves death. The testimony of a Christian was not admitted in evidence in Jewish courts, and an Israelite who found anything belonging to one who was a Christian was forbidden to return it to him.
The Pharisees, through their Talmud, thus gave the Jews an ethic which encouraged bigotry and isolation. But it did worse than that. It invited persecution. By the 11th century, the inhabitants of Babylon, growing weary of the self-righteousness and dishonesty of the Jews, expelled them to the West.
That's part of our faith. They had to read the Bible, the Torah. And that carried the Jewish people as a unique people of the book, as we call it. The people of the book not only knew the book, they could read the book. The capacity to ask questions, which is what the Talmudic tradition did across Jewish communities. It never defined the end of knowledge. It never put an exclamation mark on truth. It was constantly questioning, expanding, growing, exchanging between communities, between great scholars and their students. It never ended. It was always iterative. This culture exploded when the walls of the ghetto went down. This same tradition, this same culture is part of us. It's deeply ingrained in our culture, in our thinking, in our traditions.
Israel's fight is our fight. We are one. We are united. We will not be discouraged. We will not be defeated. We will not be intimidated. We will not sit down. We will not be silent. We are the worst nightmare of the anti-Semites of the world. The victory is going to be ours.
I don't care. Good. I hope the Jews did kill Christ. I'd do it again. I'd fucking do it again in a second.
Please. You need to. You can't come in here. This is not your house. This is not your house.
We killed Jesus. We're proud of it. Where are you? We're gonna kill you and the Palestinians. This is my house. This is my land. God gave it to me. And fuck you.
When they circumcise little boys, the rabbi actually puts his mouth around the penis and sucks the blood. I am not making this up. This is Talmudic Judaism, and this is what is being carried out in Israel. So for those who want to support Israel, especially the idiot Christian Zionists, my God, how stupid are you? These people hate Jesus Christ, and they definitely are using you like a bunch of idiot pawns for their own sick and twisted game. That is the reality.
Absolutely.
The Talmudic laws in the Torah, and they have to read the Talmud. What do you think of that? Well, that's what happens in schools in Israel, Michael. Oi, oi, GY. I should have posted in Discord, shouldn't I? I was going live because this channel hasn't got any subscribers. That's right. I mean, I knew my history wasn't taught properly. Yeah, I'll play some of this. This is Dave Bryson. Secret rabbinical teachings concerning non-Jews. I'll play some of this and skip to the most played parts because there's a bloody long stream he did.
Reading a book called The Talmud Unmasked: Secret Rabbinical Teachings Concerning Christians. It might have been subtitled Concerning Non-Jews because, as you will find throughout the text in the book, they refer basically to two categories of people. There's God's chosen people and everybody else who is insinuated to be not chosen. Those are the people that they refer to as Goyim, and that would include people of other religions as well, not just Christians. So I want to clarify that. So one thing to keep in mind is that this book is about exposing a particular branch of Judaism. You have to keep in mind that you have to understand the many variations and distinctions in the Jewish faith, very similar to Christianity. As if you're a Westerner and live in the United States, you would understand that there's a vast difference between, let's say, a Roman Catholic Christian and, let's say, a fire-baptized Pentecostal, snake-handling Christian. They both claim to be Christians. They both regard the Bible as an authoritative text, and yet they're worlds apart in so many ways. This applies in other great faiths as well, whether it be Islam or Judaism. So when we are going into the Talmud to read from the authoritative rabbinical source text itself to see what it says, keep in mind that this is not representative of all Jewish people, but of a distinct branch of rabbinical tradition, which is essentially Phariseeism that goes back to the times of Jesus and even way before then. But if you are familiar with the Gospels and have read the New Testament, you might be familiar of the many run-ins that Jesus had with the Pharisees, with the Jewish law. He was constantly getting himself into trouble. And the Pharisees were very by the book, very law-oriented. They emphasized the letter of the law over the spirit of the law. And so typically Phariseeism has come to be understood as a term that basically means hypocrites, people who don't practice what they preach. And Jesus exposed them over and over again, got them so angered that they finally demanded that the Roman authorities crucify him, and you've probably heard the rest of the story. So please keep that in mind, that what we're sharing today is not anti-Semitism at all. Okay, we love the Jewish people, true to our Jews. We pray that all Jewish people would awaken to know who Messiah or Mashiach is. And please keep in mind that this book is being shared in today's world to help many people understand the philosophical underpinnings of Zionism, which can be directly related to Talmudism. Okay, so before we get going with the narration, also just wanted to do a screen share with you of the Amazon page for this book. And what we want to do, okay, is this to Amazon? Yes, let's share that. So we just want to share the top review. As if you frequent Amazon, you're probably aware that the way they do it is you can read book reviews and people vote what they feel are the most helpful reviews. So we're just going to read what is considered to be the most helpful review of this book. Clarification of some Jewish terms. A major Jewish publication, the Jewish Chronicle, reveals that the Jewish word for Gentile, which is anybody who's non-Jewish, for Gentile woman is the offensive Yiddish word shiksa, meaning whore. It is derived from the Hebrew word shagetz, that is abomination. It is also pointed out that a little Gentile girl is called a shikselke, and it means little female abomination. Even the terms Gentile and goy or goyim are extremely derogatory and offensive. It is derived from the old Yiddish terminology, which means heathen and animal-like. The Jewish Chronicle, May 17, 1991. Some carefully and carelessly chosen words by C. Vermont. Shiksa, the Jewish term for a Gentile or non-Jewish woman, from the root word shagetz, meaning abomination or whore, and shikselki, a Gentile non-Jewish little girl, meaning little female abomination. Here are some actual verses from the Talmud, fully referenced. Talmud Sanhedrin 59a, page 400, Socino edition, 1935. A heathen or Gentile non-Jew who pries into the Torah and other Jewish scriptures is condemned to death. For it is written, it is our inheritance, not theirs. 2. 57a, Gittin, London, Socino Press, page 261, translated by M. Simon, 1936. Balaam, or Jesus, is raised from the dead and being punished in boiling hot semen. Those who mock the words of the Jewish sages and sin against Israel are boiled in hot excrement. 3. Talmud Sanhedrin, Bava Metzia, 114a and 114b. Only Jews are human. Gentiles, remember that means non-Jews, are animals. 4. Talmud Sanhedrin 57a, page 388, Socino edition, 1935. For murder, whether of a Cuthian, Gentile, by a Cuthian, or of an Israelite by a Cuthian, or Gentile, punishment is incurred. But of a Cuthian by an Israelite, there is no death penalty. But number 5, Babylonian Talmud, Funken-Wagnall's Jewish Encyclopedia, 1907, Gentile, page 617. Even the best of the Gentiles should be killed. 6, Talmud, Moed Katan, Bava Metzia, 114a, 114b, Socino edition, 1935, Talmud Sanhedrin. If a Jew is tempted to do evil, he should go to a city where he is not known and do the evil there. Number 7, Funken-Wagnall's Jewish Encyclopedia, 1907, Gentile, page 621. Gentiles' flesh is as the flesh of asses, and whose issue is like the issue of horses. 8. Talmud Sanhedrin 58b, page 398, Socino edition, 1935. If a heathen or Gentile hits a Jew, the Gentile must be killed. Hitting a Jew is hitting God. 9. Talmud, Baba Kama, 37b, page 211, Socino edition, 1935. If an ox of an Israelite gores an ox of a Canaanite, there is no liability. But if an ox of a Canaanite or Gentile, for having revealed secrets of the Jewish religion, still others warned me of the danger to those dear to me. And then there's this, looks like Russian or Polish quote here, which says, "But the Jews will kill you," was repeated to me hundreds of times. The book you now hold in your hands is the best proof that I did not heed those warnings of my friends. I considered it unworthy of me to keep silent just for the sake of my own personal safety, while the conflict rages between the two camps of Semites and anti-Semites, both of which claim they are fighting for the truth. While I know that the whole truth is not to be found in either camp, but whatever befalls me because of what I have done, I shall gladly suffer it. I am prepared to lay down my life that I may bear witness to the truth. I.B. Pronitus, which is the author. And then a note at the bottom of this page. It is sadly significant to recall with regard to the above that Father Pronitus actually met his death as he foretold at the hands of his enemies during the Bolshevik Revolution. Okay, so let's get back and jump right into the text here.
So that guy in the Bolshevik Revolution was the guy who wrote the book. And he said that he's going to write it. It doesn't matter whether he writes it or whether he don't write it, but he's going to write it. And then he met his death at the Bolshevik Revolution, which would have been the pogroms.
The Talmud Unmasked, The Secret Rabbinical Teachings Concerning Christians by Reverend I.B. Pronitus. Part 1. The Teaching of the Talmud Concerning Christians. First, we shall see what the Talmud teaches about Jesus Christ, the founder of Christianity, and secondly, about his followers, the Christians. Chapter 1. Jesus Christ in the Talmud. Many passages in the Talmudic books treat of the birth, life, death, and teachings of Jesus Christ. He is not always referred to by the same name, however, but is diversely called that man, a certain one, the carpenter's son, the one who was hanged. Article 1, concerning the names of Jesus Christ. The real name of Christ in Hebrew is Yeshua Hanatzri, Jesus the Nazarene. He is called Natsri from the city of Nazareth in which he was brought up. Thus, in the Talmud, Christians are also called Natsrim, or Nazarenes. Since the word Yeshua means Savior, the name Jesus rarely occurs in Jewish books. It is almost always abbreviated to Yeshu, which is maliciously taken as if it were composed of the initial letters of the three words, Imach Shemo Vezikro. May his name and memory be blotted out. 2. In the Talmud, Christ is called Otho Ish, that man. That is, the one who is known to all. In the tract Apoda Zara 6a, we read, he is called a Christian who follows the false teachings of that man, who taught them to celebrate the feast on the first day of the Sabbath, that is, to worship on the first day after the Sabbath. 3. Elsewhere, he is simply called Peloni, a certain one. In Chagiga 4b, we read, Mary, the mother of a certain one, of whom it is related in Shabbat 104b. That this Mary is none other than the mother of Jesus will be shown later. 4. Out of contempt, Jesus is also called Nagar bar Nagar, the carpenter's son of a carpenter, also Ben Charish Atam, the son of a woodworker. He is also called Tulu, the one who was hanged. Rabbi Samuel, the son of Mir, in the Hilch Akom of Maimonides, refers to the fact that it was forbidden to take part in the Christian feasts of Christmas and Easter, because they were celebrated on account of him who was hanged. And Rabbi Aben Ezra, in a commentary on Genesis, also calls him Tului, whose image the Emperor Constantine reproduced on his banner. Quote, in the days of Constantine, who made a change of religion and placed the figure of the one who was hanged on his banner. Article 2, the life of Christ. The Talmud teaches that Jesus Christ was illegitimate and was conceived during menstruation, that he had the soul of Esau, that he was a fool, a conjurer, a seducer, that he was crucified, buried in hell, and set up as an idol ever since by his followers. 1. Illegitimate and conceived during menstruation. The following is narrated in the tract Kala 1b, 18b. Quote, once when the elders were seated at the gate, 2 young men passed by, one of whom had his head covered, the other with his head bare. Rabbi Eleazar remarked that the one in his bare head was illegitimate, a mamzer. Rabbi Yehoshua said that he was conceived during menstruation, ben nida. Rabbi Akiba, however, said that he was both, whereupon the others asked Rabbi Akiba why he dared to contradict his colleagues. He answered that he could prove what he said. He went therefore to the boy's mother, whom he saw sitting in the marketplace selling vegetables, and said to her, my daughter, if you will answer truthfully what I'm going to ask you, I promise that you will be saved in the next life. She demanded that he would swear to keep his promise, and Rabbi Akiba did so, but with his lips only, for in his heart he invalidated his oath. Then he said, tell me, what kind of son of this is yours? To which he replied, the day I was married, I was having menstruation, and because of this my husband left me. But an evil spirit came and slept with me, and from this intercourse my son was born to me. Thus it was proved that this young man was not only illegitimate, but also conceived during the menstruation of his mother. And when his questioners heard this, they declared, great indeed was Rabbi Akiba when he corrected his elders. And they exclaimed, blessed be the Lord God of Israel, who revealed his secret to Rabbi Akiba, the son of Joseph. Unquote. That the Jews understand this story to refer to Jesus and his mother Mary is clearly demonstrated in their book Toldoth, Jeshu, the generations of Jesus, where the birth of our Savior is narrated in almost the same words. Another story of this kind is narrated in Sanhedrin 67a. Quote, of all who are guilty of death by the law, he alone is caught by a ruse. How is it done? They light a candle in an inner room and place witnesses in an adjoining room outside where they can see him and hear his voice, but where they cannot be seen by him. Then the one whom he tries to seduce says to him, please repeat here privately what you have told me before. If the seducer repeats what he says, the other asks him, but how shall we leave our God who is in heaven and serve idols? If the seducer repents, then all is well. But if he says, this is our duty, and it is right for us to do so, then the witnesses outside who have heard him bring him before the judge and stone him to death. This is what they did to the son of Stada in Lud, and they hanged him on the eve of the Passover. For the son of Stada was the son of Pandira. For Rabbi Shasta tells us that Pandira was the husband of Stada, his mother, and he lived during the time of Paphos, the son of Yehuda. But his mother was Stada, Mary of Magdala, a lady's hairdresser, who, as it is said in Pumbedita, deserted her husband. The meaning of this is that this Mary was called Stada, that is, a prostitute, because according to what was taught at Pumbedita, she left her husband and committed adultery. This is also recorded in the Jerusalem Talmud and by Maimonides. That the mention here is of Mary, the mother of Jesus, is verified in the tract Chagiga 4b. When Rabbi Bipai was visited once by the death angel, the devil, the latter said to his assistant, go and bring to me Mary the hairdresser, that is, kill her. He went and brought Mary the children's hairdresser in the place of the other Mary. A marginal note explains the passage as follows. This story of Mary the lady's hairdresser happened under the Second Temple. She was the mother of Poloni, that man, as he is called in the tract Shabbath, FOL 104b. In Shabbath, the passage referred to says, on their dress, as it is their custom. Care must be taken, however, not to be noticed in failing to do so. For instance, one can throw down some coins on the ground and stoop to pick them up before they pass by. In this way, it is permitted to bow down or to remove one's hat before them. Unquote. A distinction is also made between a cross which is venerated and a cross which is worn around the neck as a souvenir or as an ornament. The former is to be regarded as an idol, but not necessarily the latter. In Iori Dea 141:1 Haga, it says, quote, the image of a cross before which they bow down is to be treated as an idol. It is not to be used until it is destroyed. However, a warp and woof, if hung around the neck as a souvenir, is not to be regarded as an idol and can be used. Unquote. The sign of the cross made with the hand by which Christians are wont to bless themselves is called in Jewish, quote, the moving of the fingers here and there. Article 3, the teachings of Christ. The seducer and idolater could teach nothing.
So if you wear a crucifix as an idol, but what about when the Jews wear the Star of David then? Which isn't really the Star of David.
But falsehood and heresy, which was irrational and impossible to observe. 1. Falsehood. In Avodah Zarah, it says, a Nazarene is one who follows the false teachings of that man who taught them to worship on the first day of the Sabbath. 2. Heresy. In the same book of Avodah Zarah, chapter 1, 17a Tosef, mention is made of the heresy of James. A little further on 27b, we learn that this James was none other than the disciple of Jesus. James, quote, James second Seconites, one of the disciples of Jesus of whom we spoke in chapter 1, unquote. But James taught not his own doctrine, but that of Jesus. 3. Impossible to observe. The author of Nisikon argues as follows on this point, quote, a written law of the Christians is, if a Jew strike you on one cheek, turn the other also to him, and do not in any way return the blow. In chapter 6, verse 27 says, love your enemies, do good to them who hate you, bless them who curse you, and pray for those who do you harm, until him who strikes you on one cheek, offer him the other. To him who takes away thy cloak, do not forbid him to take thy coat also, etc. The same is found in Matthew chapter 5, verse 39, but I have never seen any Christian keep this law, nor did Jesus himself behave as he taught others to do. For we find in John chapter 18, verse 22, that when someone struck him on the face, he did not turn the other cheek, but became angry on account of this one stroke and asked, why did you strike me? Likewise, in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 23, verse 3, we read that when the high priest ordered them that stood by to strike him on the mouth, Paul did not turn the other cheek. He cursed him, saying, God shall smite thee, whited wall. This is contrary to their beliefs and destroys the foundation upon which their religion rests. For they boast that the law of Jesus is easy to observe. If Paul himself, who may be called the dispenser of Jesus, could not observe the precept of Jesus, who among the others who believe in him can prove to me that he can do so? Unquote. The author, however, who had the Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles under his hand, could not have failed to understand in what sense Christ commanded his followers to turn the other cheek to him who would strike them, since in no other place he commanded his followers, since in another place he commanded his followers to cut off a hand or an arm and to pluck out an eye if these should scandalize them. No one who has had the least acquaintance with Holy Scripture ever thought that these commands should be taken literally. Of thy wisdom, flesh and blood. Likewise, in another prayer in which they ask God soon to restore the kingdom of David and to send Elias and the Messiah, they ask him to take away their poverty so that they will have no need to accept gifts from flesh and blood, nor to trade with them, nor to seek wages from them. 10. Apikorousim, or Epicureans. All are called by this name who do not observe God's precepts, as well as all those, even Jews themselves, who express private judgments in matters of faith. How much more, therefore, Christians? And then finally, number 11, Kuthim, or Samaritans. But since there are no longer any Samaritans, and since there are many references in recent Jewish books to Samaritans, who can doubt that this does not mean the Christians? Furthermore, in this matter of naming those who are not Jews, it is to be particularly noted that Jewish writings apply these names indiscriminately and promiscuously when they speak of the same thing, and almost in the same words. For instance, in the tract Avodah Zarah 25b, the word goy is employed, but in the Shulchan Aruch, akum is used. Kerethuth 6b uses goyim. Jabhamath 61a uses akum. Avodah Zar uses obdei elilim. Thosef uses goyim, and Obed Ab Choshan Ham uses kuthi, akum, and many more instances could be quoted. Maimonides, in his book on idolatry, indiscriminately calls all the followers idolaters: goyim, akum, obdei, kokabim, obhe elilim, etc. Article 2. What the Talmud teaches about Christians. In the preceding chapter, we saw what the Jews think of the founder of the Christian religion and how much they despise his name. This being so, it would not be expected that they would have any better opinion about those who follow Jesus the Nazarene. In fact, nothing more abominable can be imagined than what they have to say about Christians. They say they are idolaters, the worst kind of people, much worse than the Turks, murderers, fornicators, impure animals, like dirt, unworthy to be called men, beasts in human form, worthy of the name of beasts, cows, asses, pigs, dogs, worse than dogs, that they propagate after the manner of beasts, that they have a diabolic origin, that their souls come from the devil and return to the devil in hell after death, and that even the body of a dead Christian is nothing different than that of an animal. 1. Idolaters. Since Christians follow the teachings of that man to the shedding of blood, period. The elders say, however, that a foreign woman may Christian, akum, doctor, who is not known to everyone in the neighborhood, for we must guard against the spilling of blood. Even when it is not known if the patient will live or die, such a doctor must not be allowed to attend him. If, however, he is sure to die, then such a doctor may attend him, since an extra hour of life is not much to lose. If the akum insists that a certain medicine is good, you may believe him, but be sure not to buy it from him. There are some who say that this holds only when the akum offers help for free, and that it can be accepted every time it is paid for. But it can be taken for granted that they would not harm a Jew just for the sake of a matter of money, unquote. In Pesachim 25a, it says, quote, Rabbi Joshanan says medical help can be accepted from all except idolaters, fornicators, and murderers, unquote. 4, not as a barber. In Iori Dea 156.1, it says, quote, you must not be shaven by an akum unless your Jewish friends are with you. There are some who say that it is not permitted to be shaved by an akum, even when others are present, unless you can see yourself in a mirror. And 5, not as an obstetrician. In Avodah Zarah 26a, it says, quote, our rabbis have passed it down to us that a foreign woman must never be allowed to act as midwife at the birth of a child of Israel, because they are given to the shedding of blood, period. The elders say, however, that a foreign woman may perform this task provided that there are other Jewish women present, but never alone. Rabbi Meir, however, says that it is not allowed even when others are present, for they often crush the soft head of the child with their hand and kill it, and they can do this without being noticed by those who are present. Okay, looking down here, let's look at number 4, footnote. Thus, on the Sabbath day, Jews celebrate. Moving on to our next chapter, chapter 2, Christians must be exterminated. The followers of that man, whose name is taken by the Jews to mean, may his name and memory be blotted out, are not otherwise to be regarded than as people whom it would be good to get rid of. They are called Romans and tyrants who hold captive the children of Israel. And by their destruction, the Jews would be freed from this fourth captivity. Every Jew is therefore bound to do all he can to destroy that impious kingdom of the Edomites, Rome, which rules the whole world. Since, however, it is not always and everywhere possible to effect this extermination of Christians, the Talmud orders that they should be attacked at least indirectly, namely, by injuring them in every possible way, and by thus lessening their power, help towards their ultimate destruction. Wherever it is possible, a Jew should kill Christians and do so without mercy. Article 1. Harm must be done to Christians. A Jew is commanded to harm Christians whenever he can, wherever he can, both indirectly by not helping them in any way, and also directly by wrecking their plans and projects. Neither must he save a Christian who is in danger of death. 1. Good must not be done to Christians. In Zohar 125b it says, those who do good to the Akum will not rise from the dead. At times it is permitted to do good to Christians, but only in order to help Israel, namely for the sake of peace and to hide hatred of them. Maimonides in Hilkoth Akum 10:6 says, quote, needy Gentiles may be helped as well as needy Jews for the sake of peace. In Ioridea 148:12 Haga, it says, therefore, if you enter into a town and find them celebrating a feast, you may pretend to rejoice with them in order to hide your hatred. Those, however, who can Maimonides in Hilkoth Akum X1.
This is stuff out of the. I have 2 strikes, yeah, so do I. This is out of the Talmud, but it's a long, so I'm skipping through it all, just go into the big highlighted bits. I played a video just now about the Talmud saying it's okay for a rabbi to sleep with a 3-year-old. Is that video that I shared with you earlier? Yeah, I know. It's really difficult to find stuff on the Talmud because, well, if a Jew shares the Talmud, he dies.
Maimonides in Hilkoth Akum 10:1 says, quote, do not have any pity for them, for it is said in Deuteronomy 7:2, show no mercy unto them. Therefore, if you see an Akum in difficulty or drowning, do not go to his help. And if he's in danger of death, do not save him from death. But it is not right to kill him by your own hand, by shoving them into a well or in some other way, since they are not at war with us. Article 2, Christians are to be killed. Lastly, the Talmud commands that Christians are to be killed without mercy. In the Avodah Zarah 26b, it says, quote, heretics, traitors, and apostates are to be thrown into a well and not rescued, unquote. And in Choshen HaMishpat, it says, quote, a spy is to be killed, even in our days, wherever he is found. He may be killed even before he confesses, and even if he admits that he only intended to do harm to somebody, and if the harm which he intended is not very great, it is sufficient to have him condemned to death. But he must be warned, however.
Now, in the Talmud, a Jew may have sex with a 3. I'll play the video for you in a minute. Yeah, in the eye, yeah. And for every tear it sheds, that's the virginity coming back. Absolutely disgusting, man. And then people go on about the Quran, right? So Muhammad wasn't right, was he? But then there's other teachings that say that she was a lot older when they go by the age of Aisha's sister. It works out that she was a lot older, but they didn't count ages, did they? Because they worked on the moons back then, so ages weren't registered. Most replayed.
Qui nemo ipsum studium legis Judaeorum mortis poenum meriter. Sanhedrin 59a.
He can't read Latin, can he?
Even a Christian who is found studying the law of Israel merits death. In Sanhedrin 59a, it says, Rabbi Jochanan says a goy who pries into the law is guilty of death. Baptized Jews are to be put to death. In Hilchot Akum 10.2, it says, quote, these things, supra, are intended for idolaters, but Israelites also, who lapse from their religion and become Epicureans, are to be killed, and we must persecute them to the end, for they afflict Israel and turn the people from God, unquote. And Iori Dea 158, 2 Haga, it says, quote, renegades who turn to the pleasures of the Akum and who become contaminated with them by worshiping stars and planets as they do are to be killed, unquote. Likewise, in Choshim Ham 425.5, it says, quote, Jews who become Epicureans of the Cliffoth and kill them, and you will please.
It's not a new channel, Nick. Say it's just a backup channel. I've only ever done a live stream on it once, other than tonight, which is a bit mad. What I should do, mind you, I'll get a strike on both them, won't I, if I share both at the same time? Those who kill Christians shall have a high place in heaven. In the places of the fourth heaven are those who lamented over Zion and Jerusalem, and all those who destroyed idolatrous nations, and those who killed off people who worship idols are clothed in purple garments, so they may be recognized and honored. Jews must never cease to exterminate the Goyim. They must never leave them in peace and never submit to them. All Jews are obliged to unite together to destroy traitors amongst them. No festival, no matter how solemn, must prevent the beheading of a Christian. That's a bit mad, that, isn't it? When you hear about that, no festival, no matter how solemn, must prevent the beheading of a Christian. Now, we know who created ISIS, and the Islamic State aren't for ISIS, but Israel funds ISIS. Israel weaponizes ISIS, and it trains ISIS. And the little area that they took over, I can't remember what it's called, I'll try and find it on the map, but the little area they took over actually borders with part of Israel. And when they fighting, they actually got picked up in Israeli ambulances and taken to be treated. And the ISIS has never, ever, ever attacked Israel, full stop. I wonder why. I don't know if you're busy. I'll put a link out if you want a link. It's a bit boring up here, man. This is one of the videos I shared earlier.
Academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated. There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remained the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition which Jesus so bitterly rebuked. The Talmud reveals how deep was Israel's apostasy. The Talmud also helps us understand the basis for Christ's unflattering descriptions of the Pharisees.
Jesus described the Pharisees as hypocrites, children of hell, blind guides, whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones. He even described the Pharisees as children of their father the devil, a murderer from the beginning. The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ. Manipulating the Romans to actually wield the spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen. The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed. With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection, but not in the case of perverse connection. The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law. Normal rape, however, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums. The Pharisees were deeply influenced by such practices.
In 3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls. In fact, many of the greatest rabbis of the Talmud, including Simeon ben Yochai, upheld this privilege. Today in Israel, thousands of Jews go to Meron every year to venerate the memory of Simeon ben Yochai, one of the most respected rabbis in the history of Judaism.
In one of dozens of endorsements of child sex, Simeon ben Yochai said, "A proselyte under the age of 3 years and a day is permitted to marry a priest." Agreeing with ben Yochai, the great Rabbah said, "When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye." The footnote to this passage says, "As tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years." The same section confirms that sexual activity with small boys is in the same category. The intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act. In addition to adulterers, Christ, in the story of the Good Samaritan, portrayed the Pharisees as racial bigots, too self-righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew. It is true, because of the wickedness of the Canaanites, which included sodomy and infant sacrifice, Israel had been commanded by God to be harsh in her treatment of the inhabitants of the land. God made it clear that the Canaanites were not simply to be avoided, but destroyed. By the time of the New Testament, this method of
It was the same as the Amaleks as well, wasn't it? How long does it take to learn the Talmud? Approximately 7.5 years. Under a regime, the entire Talmud is completed one day at a time in a cycle of approximately 7.5 years. Tens of thousands of Jews worldwide studying the Daf Yomi program, and over 300,000 participate in the Siyam Hashans, an event celebrating the culmination of the cycle of learning. So, yes, I said it was 7.5 years earlier, didn't I?
Okay, so because I've heard other things, other religious groups, not you guys, who will say things like when the Messiah comes, that non-Jews will end up being like slaves to Jews and things like that. Is that part of where does that come from?
What you're saying is correct. What you're saying is correct.
And what does it mean?
But that's only when all the Jewish people around the world and here are acting like proper Jews.
Okay.
And none of the Jews around here are acting like proper Jews. So that's not.
Oh, and also, what does it mean that they'll be slaves? What does that mean? First of all, where does it come from? Where does that idea come from?
I explained to you. It says if all the Jews around the world, which is 6 million or 8 million Jews around the world, are acting like good Jews, that praying 3 times a day, the women cover their hair, they're not making any sins, they're not doing any sins.
Did you hear that? Everybody's like, oh, Muslims cover their hair. They make them wear the I can't remember what it's called, but they make them wear it. And this is a Jew. Rabbi Jew.
Which is 6 million or 8 million Jews around the world, are acting like good Jews that praying 3 times a day, the women cover their hair.
Praying 3 times a day, the women cover the hair.
They're not making any sins, they're not doing any sins. That, then it's a different, then we're acting like a chosen people. So then God says, you're acting like chosen people. So the other people, the rest of the people will serve you. But if the Jewish people are acting like nowhere near the chosen people at all, most of the Jewish people are intermarrying, not keeping the Sabbath, not eating non-kosher, not keeping the holidays, intermarrying. The women don't dress properly, they don't go to synagogue, the men don't keep Shabbat. Then that is all. There's nowhere near. They're nowhere near anywhere acting like the chosen people. So there's nothing to talk about that. That is only when all the people act like proper people. Then there's something to talk. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But then we're nowhere near that stage. Okay. So there's nothing.
Where does that source come from? Just one.
That's good. One of the prayers we say on the after Sabbath. I can show it to you. The prayer.
Okay.
Want to see the prayer?
Yeah, sure. And what does it mean? I mean, what do the interpretations say it means?
You read Hebrew?
Baruch tiyeh mikol ha'amim. You'll be blessed from all the nations. One second. What does it say? What does it say?
Well, this is all the bracha. You have to see the beginning of the bracha in the pasuk. That speaks, if you do such and such, keep the Torah, then v'yitin lecha. And then afterwards, if you don't keep the Torah, it continues on. This is just the bracha.
It says here, Hashem Elokecha berechecha, kasher v'avat goyim rabim. You'll lend to the goyim.
Okay, I don't know the word.
Okay. And you won't borrow. You'll lend them the money. Mashalta b'goyim rabim. You rule over the goyim. U'b'cha lo'im shalu.
And upon you they won't rule.
Yeah.
These are all promises brought in the Torah that if you would keep the Torah, then
I guess I'm wondering, okay, I come from a humanistic background, not a religious background, but is that a moral thing?
What?
No, they'll want to, because they'll see you're such a great person. Like, for instance, you want to serve your country.
Okay.
It's not an avdus with the Jew is a different avdus from the American.
I guess I'm wondering, okay, I come from a humanistic background, not a religious background, but is that a moral thing?
What?
Upon you they won't.
And you will rule. You will lend money to many nations and not borrow.
And you won't borrow. You'll lend them the money.
And you will rule over many nations and they will not rule over you. Deuteronomy 15:6.
You rule over the goyim. U'b'cha lo'im shalu.
And upon you they won't rule.
Yeah.
So it says that in the Torah.
These are all promises brought in the Torah that if you would keep the Torah, then
I guess I'm wondering, okay, I come from a humanistic background, not a religious background, but is that a moral thing?
What?
No, they'll want to, because they'll see you're such a great person. Like, for instance, you want to serve your country.
Okay.
It's not an avdus with the Jew is a different avdus from the American, black slave movement.
Okay.
It's not like
we were slaves in Egypt. It's not that type of being whipped.
So that's the rules of Torah. One is treat a servant better than him.
And I saw it, and now I'm getting a good explanation. Sorry, I'll just say them on Shabbat. Okay.
Like as I told you before, as in the time of Shlomo Melech, the Goyim wanted to make peace with Shlomo Melech because they saw him such a wise, great person. And was
יעבדוך עמים, יעבדוך עמים, וישתחוו לחלוני, יעבדוך. It says here, יעבדוך עמים. The lands will work for you. יעבדוך עמים. See it?
Okay. Do you believe that Gentiles, Goyim, will one day become the slaves of Jews?
No, I don't think so.
Have you ever heard that?
I've heard that, yeah, but I think if it will happen, it won't be just one day. It will be for eternity. So, you know.
Oh, no.
I'm kidding. No, that's not. No.
Made me laugh. Okay.
Yeah, no, nobody, I guess, will become slaves of anybody else.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Besides the point that there are like 12 million Jews and.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna have a whole lot of slaves.
Yeah, it will be.
If it comes to pass, exactly. Okay. Okay. יש, אם אתה מאמין שיום אחד הגויים יהיה עבדים שלנו.
חס וחלילה, לא יהיו עבדים ולא יהיו אדונים. זהו. מה פתאום שיהיו עבדים?
אבל זה לא כתוב בתנ"ך? משהו?
חס וחלילה, דווקא הנביא ירמיה יצא נגד העבדות. התורה יוצאת נגד העבדות גם כן. סליחה, התורה מדברת על עבד כנעני, אותם הגויים שגרו פה בארץ, מלפני שהעם היהודי נוצר בכלל. לפני אברהם אבינו, לפני יצחק ולפני יעקב כולם, לא. בכלל לא. בכלל.
אבל לא, סליחה, התלמוד אומר משהו על...
מה?
שהגויים יהיו עבדים שלנו?
לא, אני לא קראתי שהם יהיו עבדים, וגם אם זה כתוב, לא צריך לקחת את זה איך שזה נכתב.
לא, אוקיי.
לא לפרש את זה מילה, יכול להיות שהתכוונו למישהו אחר, יכול להיות שהתכוונו לגויים עובדי עבודה זרה, שלא יהודים כמונו, יכול להיות שהתכוונו לגויים שהיו פה לפני היהודים שבאו לארץ ישראל בכלל, לפני הישראלים עצמם. אנחנו מתי באנו? מתי עם ישראל נזכר בתנ"ך בכלל? רק מאז שאברהם אבינו עבר מאור כשדים לארץ כנען, נכון? אבל כשהוא בא הוא מצא פה 7 עמים. 7 עמים, היו פה עמים אחרים גרים פה. אבל היא ניתנה לו הבטחה, יבוא יום והם יסתלקו מפה, ואתה אברהם וזרע שלך תכבשו את הארץ הזאת, תשלטו בה. לא לשלוט על העמים, לא לשלוט על בני אדם. אם הוא לא נשמע לך, כן, אבל אם הוא נשמע לך, אדרבה, התורה אומרת, תן לו וענקת לו והכל.
מה זאת אומרת אם הוא לא...
אם הוא רוצה לחיות איתך כגר תושב, תן לו לחיות, אל תעשה לו שום דבר, ויהיו לו הזכויות ויהיו לו הכל, לא שיש לך. אבל אם הוא מתנגד בכוח, אגב, אתה תלך נגדו בכוח, בגלל זה ספר ישוע מדובר על הכיבוש. מה זה הכיבוש? ישוע שנלחם נגד כל אותם הגויים שהיו בארץ ישראל. הוא שכבש את הארץ, והוא שחילק אותה לעם.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, this is more of a religious question, but comes from religion. But they want to know if you think Goyim will be the slaves of Jews someday.
Never. We are the superior people, the superior religion, but nobody. We believe in peace and love to all mankind.
Okay, so why are we the superior religion?
Why?
Yeah. And what does that mean?
We are the first ones.
Zoroastrianism was before, but let's not get into details. Okay, yeah.
But actually, first of all, it's a stupid question.
But it's believed. It's believed. First of all, religious.
How is it believed that the Goy will be the slaves of the Jews?
Because first of all, religious people believe this. You ask them, they believe this.
That they're going to be the slaves of...
Well, they don't mean slaves as in like that yet.
Oh, yeah.
They don't mean slaves as in you're being whipped. They mean they're going to serve us because Jews are chosen and superior. So they have to serve us. That's when the Messiah comes.
The Jewish belief doesn't. It's not the main belief. It's a peaceful.
The Jews of
religion.
today.
It's not Muslims. It's not Christians. We're a peaceful people. We believe in peace. We don't believe in war. It's part of the Torah.
It's not about the war. But the Jews of today, they don't believe in slavery and.
Isn't it mad how they all say that the religion of peace? Everybody claims to be the religion of peace. Yeah, he's just stood there reading the Torah with a rabbi. And the rabbis are explaining it to him, and then he goes on a street walk, and they got to read the Talmud for 7.5 years. But the Talmud and the Torah is banned for us. So are they keeping their religion close to their chest? Are they keeping the Torah and the Talmud close to their chest? Because we aren't supposed to know what's in it. So basically they're criticizing what is written in their own books. You know, why, if the Talmud didn't mean anything to them and the Torah didn't mean anything to them, you know, why would they read it for 7.5 years? Apparently they read it for like nearly 4 years, and once they've read it the first time, they then go back and reread it again. Like when I did that Google search, there's 300,000 Jewish people reading the Talmud at the moment. I can't remember the first video, how many books were in the Talmud that he showed all the books lined up that were all part of the Talmud. So why are they reading it if, you know, these IDF guys say, nah.
If you would look, I don't know, 50, 100, 200 years ago, maybe. But, you know, the Jews of today are very modern. They don't see it that way, not at all.
Okay, guys, we have to pay the bill.
The slaves have to pay.
Slaves?
Hello.
He is my slave.
Okay.
See the white man over here? And he's my soldier.
Okay.
I'm his soldier.
It sounds very kinky. I like it. Okay. Well, I'll ask in English. Do you believe that the Gentiles, the Goyim, will one day become the slaves of the Jews?
It's not a belief. It's part of the Torah.
Okay.
Not a slave like a slave today. We're like gonna beat them and then they become a slave. They're gonna see how much the Torah is meaningful, and they don't want the Jewish person to work. So they say, we help you. It's gonna be a big world peace.
Okay.
So it's like.
And when is this going to happen?
It's not today. Mashiach going to come today.
So the Messiah has to come.
Of course.
Okay, no, for it to happen, the Messiah has to happen.
Yeah.
You have to explain that.
Omar know it.
What?
Omar know it.
No, Omar doesn't know this. Omar's been told that Jews think they're superior to everyone, and that everyone else has to be a slave to the Jews always.
Don't have to be. They're gonna be. They're gonna wanna be.
Okay.
It's not gonna be like
forced.
Forced. It's gonna be by free choice.
Okay. So if Omar or somebody else does not want to serve the Jews,
you cannot.
Okay. Why do they have to serve us? By the way.
They don't have to. So they want.
Okay. Why do they? So they want to. Why would they want to?
Because just like you want to help other people to do good things, you're going to help them to make them. So also, when Mashiach going to come,
Everyone will want to be Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't that make more sense? Because you want people, helping you.
That's the answer.
Okay. So if everybody said they didn't want to, that's okay by you.
No, it's okay by the Torah.
Where in the Torah does it say this, by the way?
In the Zohar.
The Zohar is not the Torah. The Talmud.
That's all. That's all.
Why?
Zohar, the Torah, Gemara, Chumash, Tehillim, Akol. It's one big Torah.
Okay, you're talking about everything in Judaism. I'm talking about the 5 books of Moses.
No, everything is together. It's not separate.
Okay, but so where is it in the Zohar? It's actually written in the Zohar. What's written in the Zohar?
What's written that all the humankind will want to be a servant for the Jewish people.
Okay.
Because they're going to see what is the meaning of the Jewish person who is making all the Torah mitzvot, and you like bring all the light to the world. Say, hey, you learn Torah, we do what you need. It's going to be a world peace.
Okay, why can't I film that? Hold on.
Just film it.
Yeah, I know, but why can't I film that?
Because look, רציתי להגיד לך בינינו, קוראים לדין נסקט.
אתה חושב שהגויים יהיו עבדים של היהודים יום אחד?
אמורים להיות.
אוקיי, מה זאת אומרת, כאילו, אמורים להיות?
לפי מה שכתוב בתורה, הגויים אמורים להיות העבדים שלנו.
אוקיי, אתה חושב שזה באמת יהיה?
כאילו מן אללה.
האם אתה מאמין שהגויים יהיו עבדים של היהודים יום אחד?
כן, זה כתוב בתורה.
אוקיי, ומה זה אומר?
בתורה אני מאמין.
כן? ומה כתוב? כתוב בפירוש שהגויים יהיו עבדים שלנו?
כתוב שאחרי ביאת המשיח, אני אומר, כתוב אחרי ביאת המשיח, אני לא יכול להביא את הפסוק המדויק, אבל כתוב שאחרי ביאת המשיח יהיה מלחמה מאוד מאוד גדולה, ובסופו של דבר כן, הגויים יהיו עבדים של היהודים במשך תקופה, ואחרי זה העולם יחזור כאילו לקדמותו שאני...
אוקיי, ומה זה אומר עבדים? כאילו, יהיו בשרשרות? כאילו, אנחנו נרביץ להם?
לא, על כל... טוב, אני לא אותם להביא את המספר המדויק, על כל יהודי אמור להיות 800 או יותר עבדים, ועבדים זה משהו שהוא, אתה יודע, זה לא יכול להגדיר אותו היום, בנבדות היום, אבל זה משהו שקשה מאוד להגדיר אותו. אני מניח כי התורה מצווה, אתה יודע, כבד איש את רעך ואהבת לרעך כמוך. אז אני מניח שזה יהיה משהו בגדר שירות. זאת אומרת, שירות שעבדים נותנים, למשל, סתם דוגמה, אנשים שמחזיקים את הבית, אנשים שמחזיקים את המטה, אנשים שמחזיקים את, אם זה, אתה יודע, נבלם של פעם. כל אחד עושה, בוא נגיד, כל אחד יש לו את התפקיד שלו. בתוך כל סתם דוגמה, אם אני נותן לך דוגמה לבן אדם עשיר שיש לו איזושהי אחוזה ויש לו נכסים, כל אחד עושה את התפקיד שלו בתוך כל הדבר הזה. יש אדון שהוא בעל הבית, ויש את העבד שהוא עושה את העבודות של הבית, ולא מחייב שבין האדון לעבד יהיה יחסי מרות שליליים. יכול להיות גם משהו שהוא חיובי, אתה יודע, משהו שהעבד עושה והאדון עושה, ועדיין נשארים בוא נגיד עם אהבה אחד לשני. הוא מקבל את שלו והוא מקבל את שלו. אני לא יודע אם העבדים האלה יקבלו בעתיד שכר או לשכר, אבל...
טוב, נגיד שהעבדים, הגויים לא רוצים להיות עבדים, אז מה קורה?
במקרה הזה? לא יודע לענות על זה.
אוקיי.
אני לא יודע לענות על זה, אני לא רוצה להגיד משהו שאני לא יודע. אני פשוט מאמין באמת בלב שלם בכל מה שכתוב בתורה, ואמונה היא משהו שהוא עיוור, משהו לא, שאי אפשר להחזיק אותו.
מה זאת אומרת?
אני אומר, אמונה זה משהו שאי אפשר להחזיק אותו. זה לא משהו מוחשי.
אוקיי.
אני מאמין, אתה לא רואה את הקדוש ברוך הוא.
כן, אבל לא בסדר, אנחנו מדברים על אמונה, אני מנסה להבין.
גם בתורה אני מאמין בצורה שלמה.
אוקיי. אז נגיד, אוקיי, בוא ניקח את זה הפוך, אבל מישהו אומר בקוראן, לא יודע, בתנ"ך, כאילו התנ"ך של הנוצרים, אומרים, היהודים הם צריכים להיות העבדים שלנו. אתה לא מרגיש כאילו, רגע, סליחה, מה זה? אתה לא מרגיש שזה מין שכאילו משהו, לא יודע אם גזעני, אבל כאילו, יש משהו מגעיל בזה. אתה לא חושב?
תשמע, אני לא... תשמע, כל אחד מאמין בשלו, להגיד שיש משהו מגעיל בזה, יכול להיות מאוד, אבל לדברים האלה אני קורא חשבונות שמיים. זה משהו שהוא מעל הטבע, זאת אומרת, זה משהו שאני לא נכנס אליו, כי יש המון דברים בתורה גם שכתובים, שאי אפשר להבין אותם. אבל פה נכנסת האמונה בצורה הכי חזקה שלה, בצורה שזה דברים שאני מגדיר אותם חשבונות שמיים, ואני משאיר אותם מה שנקרא לקדוש ברוך הוא להחליט אם זה מגעיל או לא. בצורה, אם אתה שואל בצורה הומניטרית, כן. על פניו זה נשמע כמשהו שהוא לא הכי מוסרי שיש.
אוקיי, אתה חושב שהגויים, הלא יהודים, צריכים להיות העבדים של היהודים?
לא.
אבל זה כתוב משהו באיזה תפילה או משהו?
זה היה פעם, היום זה כבר לא.
למה זאת אומרת זה כבר לא?
היום זה לא צריך להיות ככה בעיניי, לדעתי.
כן.
עם כל הכבוד לדת וכולו, זה כל אחד עובד לעצמו.
אוקיי. אז אתה לא חושב שהמשיח יבוא שהגויים יהיה עבדים שלנו?
לא.
אוקיי. אם אתה חושב שהגויים יהיו עבדים שלנו יום אחד? אתה לא יודע בדיוק מה? לא שמעתי.
אין לך דעה על זה?
לא שאני יודע, אני די לא למדתי מספיק את כל הנושאים האלה כדי לדעת לענות לך.
רגע, ומה הרבי אומר?
מה המחשבה האישית שלך? עזוב מה זה.
אוי,
עזוב את הלימודים. מה
המחשבה האישית שלי? אני לא יודע... כמה אני 14.
אתה חושב שזה יהיה? אומרים לך שזה יהיה? מה?
בוא נאמר שגם אם אומרים שזה כן יהיה, לא בטוח שזה כמו שזה נשמע לנו כעבדים.
אוקיי, מה אתה חושב שיהיה?
אבל היהודי היה במשך כל השנים העם הכי נרדף. מצד שני, כשמשיח יבוא הוא יהיה העם הכי נבחר אחרי כל מה שקרה לו במשך כל השנים. והרעיון של עבדים הוא לא דווקא ממש עבד, אלא פשוט כולם יחדו את העם היהודי כתוצאה מהמקרים שקרו. יכול להיות, זה בעצם הרעיון שיהיו עבדים. אבל לא הכוונה ממש עבד כמו, אני לא חושב שהכוונה היא ממש כמו שזה נשמע.
אוקיי, טוב.
That's bad as poo, isn't it? Mad as poo. How's that bloody video gone? This is the United Nations Palestinian Rights Committee. The Nakba is a structure, not an event. Its authors openly admitted its aims, explained Dr. Ardi Imsis.
Your Excellencies, ladies
Has it
and
got
gentlemen,
volume?
I should like to begin by thanking the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People for
Has it got volume? I can't remember whether I clicked the little box or not.
convening this event and also its Division for Palestinian Rights. It is a pleasure to be with you once again. It is exceedingly difficult to speak about the Nakba.
I can hear it. I'll share it again.
Again. It is exceedingly difficult to speak about the Nakba in a manner that sufficiently captures the enormity of the Palestinian predicament, a long festering wound upon the conscience of these United Nations. Ethnically cleansed, denationalized, dispossessed, occupied, racially discriminated against, and now the target of what the International Court of Justice has determined is a risk of irreparable harm to their right to be protected from genocide. It is as though the Palestinian people have been made to endure an endless Calvary, as Edward Said once put it, incessant, unremitting, unforgiving. As we gather to mark 76 years of Nakba under the long shadow of Gaza, the theme of continuity is ever present. What the Palestinian people has been enduring for 3/4 of a century, uniquely on full display in real time on social media feeds as we speak, is a singular experience of unmitigated disaster, of the sustained and concerted effort to do away with their collective and national existence in their native land. The Nakba continues because it is the logical culmination of Zionist settler colonialism in Palestine, which has yet to complete its task, with its insatiable desire to displace and replace Palestine's natives, as foretold and proclaimed openly by its founding fathers, institutions, and present-day adherents. As Patrick Wolf has noted, settler colonialism involves, quote, a logic of elimination. This logic strives for the dissolution of native societies while it erects new colonial societies in their place. In this sense, settler colonizers come to stay, with invasion and colonizing constituting, in Wolf's words, a structure, not an event. Your Excellencies, the Nakba is a structure, not an event. This structure is in overdrive as we speak, with a pace and fervor never before seen. It is happening publicly, its authors openly admit its aims, and yet little to nothing is being done to stop it by those in a position to do so. It is being actively colluded in by a small number of Western states and political elites, led by the United States. It has cast doubt, serious doubt, over the continued viability of the post-World War II international legal order. These Western states have fashioned all manner of Orwellian justifications for their collusion with the Nakba in Gaza, whether nonsensical arguments about Israel's so-called right of self-defense, dismissed by the International Court of Justice 20 years ago, or Israel's purported purity of arms, belied by countless TikTok videos of sadistic IDF soldiers on the ground, or acquiescence in spurious Israeli allegations or claims that UNRWA, the life-giving, life-saving humanitarian arm of the United Nations in Gaza, was somehow involved in 7 October, now debunked by a high-level independent review panel, if any was ever needed. The vocious of these Western justifications is rooted in one simple truth that runs like a thread throughout: the consistent denial of the very humanity, agency, and political rights of the Palestinian people, a people for whom the United Nations has a permanent responsibility until their plight is resolved in accordance with international law. The UN's permanent responsibility for the question of Palestine is often spoke of in these hallowed halls, but what is not spoken of as often or at all are the reasons as to why this responsibility actually exists. And for that, it is essential to discuss the fateful decision made by the then Western-dominated United Nations General Assembly to recommend partition of Palestine against the will of the country's indigenous population, the majority population, through Resolution 181 of 29 November 1947. A review of the terms of the partition plan and the accompanying UN record, recounted in my recently published book on the United Nations and the question of Palestine, reveals that the plan was illegal under prevailing international law. This illegality helped lay the groundwork for the Nakba of 1948 and its painfully unjust results that have continued and indeed accelerated ever since remain with us. Your Excellencies, essential to discuss the fateful decision made by the then Western-dominated United Nations General Assembly to recommend partition of Palestine against the will of the country's indigenous population, the majority population, through Resolution 181 of 29 November 1947. A review of the terms of the partition plan and the accompanying UN record, recounted in my recently published book on the United Nations and the question of Palestine, reveals that the plan was illegal under prevailing international law. This illegality helped lay the groundwork for the Nakba of 1948 and its painfully unjust results that have continued and indeed accelerated ever since remain with us. A review.
So it's completely illegal. Completely illegal.
Through Resolution 181 of 29 November actually exists. And for that, it is essential to discuss the fateful decision made by the then Western-dominated United Nations General Assembly to recommend partition of Palestine against the will of the country's indigenous population, the majority population, through Resolution 181 of 29 November 1947. A review of the terms of the partition plan and the accompanying UN record, recounted in my recently published book on the United Nations and the question of Palestine, reveals that the plan was illegal under prevailing international law. This illegality helped lay the groundwork for the Nakba of 1948 and its painfully unjust results that have continued and indeed accelerated ever since remain with us. Your Excellencies, as many of you know, Resolution 181 provided for the partition of Palestine into an Arab state and a Jewish state in economic union, with the city of Jerusalem and its environs established as a corpus separatum. Both states were required to adopt democratic constitutions, establish government on the basis of universal suffrage, and guarantee to all persons equality before the law. Sounds good, doesn't it? But by any objective assessment, the terms of the partition plan revealed an absolute contempt for the principle of self-determination of peoples as applied to Palestine as a Class A mandated territory, rooted upon the idea, which you will all recognize, of majority democratic rule. Territorially, the plan allotted the Jewish state 57% of Palestine, including its most fertile land, despite the Jewish settler population comprising only 1/3 of the country. and possessing only 5.6% of registered land ownership. Demographically, although the proposed Arab state would include a clear majority of approximately 725,000 Arabs to 10,000 Jews, the proposed Jewish state would contain a total population of 1,080,000, consisting of 509,000 Arabs to 499,000 Jews. And this meant that based on the United Nations record, minority rule would prevail in the purported Jewish state from the outset. This, despite the terms of Resolution 181 requiring that the proposed Jewish state be democratic, ensure universal suffrage, and guarantee equality before the law. The UN partition plan was a glaring anomaly under prevailing international law. As I outline in my book, only 2 courses of action were legally open to the Assembly at the time. First, immediate independence of the whole of Palestine, in line, oh shock and horror of it, with the wishes of the majority of its inhabitants. Or 2, second, UN trusteeship. Put simply, if the new UN charter system was to prevail, partition could never be legal without the freely expressed consent of the governed. The UN record demonstrates that partition was not based on these international legal considerations. Rather, it was driven by hegemonic European states and their settler colonial affiliates for political reasons. The UN record shows that the declared goal of these states was to rectify Europe's centuries-old Jewish question in the wake of the Holocaust, and to do so at the expense of the innocent third-party Palestinians. As noted by the permanent representative of Yemen at the time, quote, "If Jews were persecuted in Europe, what have the people of Palestine to do with that?" End quote. The UN record demonstrates that partition was accompanied by a complete contempt for principles of self-determination and democratic governance as applied to Palestine as a Class A mandated territory. For instance, in its majority report recommending partition to the Assembly, the UN Special Committee on Palestine, UNSCOP, expressly noted, and I quote, "With regard to the principle of self-determination, although international recognition was extended to this principle at the end of the First World War, and it was adhered to with regard to the other Arab territories at the time of the creation of the A mandates, it was not applied to Palestine, obviously because of the intention to make possible the creation of the Jewish national home there. Actually, it may well be said that the Jewish national home and the sui generis mandate for Palestine run counter to that principle," end quote, run counter to the principle of self-determination. Astoundingly, none of this gave the UNSCOP majority reason for pause. An even more animated rationale in support of partition came from one of UNSCOP's members who unabashedly asserted on the floor of the General Assembly on 10 October 1947, and I quote, "Palestine was no more Arab than certain Spanish countries of Latin America were Indian. The Jews had made a pleasant and healthy country out of a land in which a sparse and rachitic population had merely vegetated. It was incomprehensible that the Arabs should adduce their numerical superiority as an argument. An ignorant majority should not be allowed to impose its will," end quote. An ignorant majority should not be allowed to impose its will, end quote. Your Excellencies, one could go on, but you get the point. For the Western-dominated UN, at the time, of course, the Palestinian people did not matter when it came to the application of international law in 1947. Their claims, let alone their existence, were not taken seriously by the Western powers. Like all colonial peoples, they were treated with racist contempt and as a mere impediment to more noble European interests that were to be pursued, come what may. Why, one might ask, does any of this matter when we speak of the 1948 Nakba and the UN's permanent responsibility for the question of Palestine? Well, the UN record shows that UNSCOP and the Western-dominated General Assembly suffered from a cognitive dissonance as to the inevitability of violence befalling Palestine and its people following the passage of the partition plan. We now know from the UN record that the 1948 Nakba consisted of innumerable acts of widespread, premeditated, and systematic violence aimed at expelling or encouraging the mass flight of the indigenous Palestinian population from the country. These acts included the wholesale and indiscriminate bombardment, siege, and expulsion of the Palestinian population from cities, towns, and villages. At least 31 confirmed massacres of Palestinian civilians, including use of mass graves as means of concealment, rape and other forms of sexual and gender-based violence, psychological terror campaigns broadcasting horrors to befall the population if it did not flee, biological warfare, and a host of scorched earth tactics, including the deliberate destruction of between 392 and 418 Palestinian villages, whence at least half the refugees were expelled. And as the ethnic cleansing was unfolding, and well before the last armistice agreement was signed in 1949, the new state of Israel consolidated its conquest, seizing, looting, and settling Palestine refugees and state property. On the eve of the Zionist offensives in April 1948, David Ben-Gurion, who would become Israel's first prime minister, said, quote, "We shall enter the empty villages and settle in them. In peacetime, we would not have been able to do this," end quote. Accordingly, about 135 new Jewish settlements were established during the 1948 war, most of which on Arab-owned land, including dozens on territory earmarked by the UN partition plan for the Palestinian Arab state. Tens of thousands of new Jewish settlers were moved in by Israel into Palestinian refugee houses that remained intact. They and their descendants remain in that property to this day. It is therefore not without reason that when Israeli leaders now call for the resettlement of the Gaza Strip in the heat of battle, the people of Palestine shudder in fear of what is to come. Your Excellencies, Palestine's initial ethnic cleansing in the 1948 Nakba was consolidated by an Israeli cabinet decision of 16 June of that year to bar return of the Palestinian refugees to their property and their homes. And this was followed by various administrative acts, including the blocking of Palestinian refugee bank accounts and the passage of legislation in Israel aimed at giving the imprimatur of legality to it all. Israel's ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian refugees, its wholesale dispossession and usurpation of their property, its mass denationalization of that population, and its denial of the right of those refugees to return and restitution constitute gross and systematic violations of relevant international law, which continue to the present day. For almost 8 decades, they have been compounded by myriad actions of Israel, administrative, legislative, judicial, and now military, all of which have been animated by what Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem has declared is a regime of Jewish supremacy, their words, not mine, between the river and the sea. An apartheid regime, friends. Literally no facet of Palestinian life has been left untouched. Which brings us to the Nakba of today. Even before legislative, judicial, and now military, all of which have been animated by what Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem has declared is a regime of Jewish supremacy, their words, not mine, between the river and the sea. An apartheid regime, friends. Literally no facet of Palestine is a regime of Jewish supremacy, their words, not mine, between the river and the sea. An apartheid regime, friends. Literally no facet of Palestinian life.
So everybody's moaning that the Palestinian marches are saying from the river to the sea, but it's actually coined, like I keep saying, by Israel It was actually an Israeli song, famous Israeli song.
Is a regime of Jewish supremacy, their words, not mine, between the river and the sea. An apartheid regime, friends. Literally no facet of Palestinian life has been left untouched. Which brings us to the Nakba of today. Even before 7 October, Gaza had been shorn by Israel of anything remotely capable of sustaining a dignified life for one person, let alone 2.3 million. 56 years of illegal Israeli military occupation, compounded by 16 years of Israeli blockade, multiple Israeli military assaults resulting in tens of thousands of casualties, including the killing and maiming of thousands of children. A multi-decade process of de-development and de-industrialization, resulting in a 45% unemployment rate and a 60% poverty rate, with 80% of the population dependent on some form of international assistance. 97% of drinking water unfit for human consumption, and a healthcare system on its last legs for having been suffocated by the blockade. All of that before 7 October. All this to say, and as noted by the Secretary General on 25 October, the events of 7 October did not happen in a vacuum. Since that fateful day, Israel has deployed a level of violence not seen anywhere this century. Total war has descended upon Gaza. According to the United Nations, approximately 35,000 Palestinians have been killed so far, 2/3 of whom women and children, and another 78,000 are injured, many for life. A further 1.7 million, that's almost 80% of the population of the Gaza Strip, have been forcibly displaced with indiscriminate bombardment, yet again, scorched earth tactics and starvation as a tool of war deployed against them. Humanitarian aid is in frighteningly short supply as objects indispensable for the survival of the civilian population continue to be arbitrarily withheld by the occupying power. Life-saving medicines, anesthetics, food, fuel, water, electricity. According to the International Court of Justice, famine is setting in Gaza, and as mentioned, there is a risk of irreparable harm to Palestinian rights to be protected from genocide. Gaza, a place I once called home, is being ground to dust. No place is safe, no home, no hovel, no refugee camp, no hospital, no school, no UN shelter, not in the north, not in the middle, not in the south, nowhere. I've often wondered what I would have done had I lived during the time of the 1948 Nakba. Would I have acted on my conscience to stop the atrocities unfolding before me, or would I have remained silent as much of the world did? It would appear that fate has now ironically presented us all, dear friends, comrades, with such a moment in Gaza. Israeli leaders are now openly boasting that Gaza is, quote, rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Forgive me, that Israel is now rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Their soldiers are planting flags in Gaza beaches, vowing to reestablish Israeli colonies there. But the world is watching. In the words of one sitting member of the ICJ, quote, the alarm has now been sounded by the court. All the indicators of genocidal activities are flashing red in Gaza. An injunction has been served for ending the atrocities. The provisional measures indicated by the court are binding. They are not something that a state party to the convention is free to respect or to ignore according to its own pleasure. They must be implemented, end quote. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the question is, will they be implemented? It is clear that the answer to this has already been furnished by Israel, and that answer is no. Not when the court issued its first provisional measures order on 26 January, nor when it issued its last one on 28 March. Just as international law was trampled on in the 1948 Nakba, so too is it being trampled on in the 2024 Nakba. The historical record is clear. If change is to happen, it must come from elsewhere. And this means you. This means all of us. If the words never again are to mean anything, if these United Nations are to honor the legacy of those for whom those words were initially fashioned, we must summon the courage to apply them at all times and in all places, without fear or favor. If anything is clear, that time and that place is the Gaza ghetto. That time and that place is now. The people of Palestine demand nothing else and nothing less. Our humanity does too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for participating in this. I'd like to thank particularly the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People and the Division for Palestinian Rights for organizing this very important commemoration of the Nakba. Even commemoration is perhaps not the right word because it implies something of the past, not something that continues. You know, we are meeting today at a very strange moment of history, and we are commemorating, if you will, a very contradictory reality. 1948 saw the birth of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the birth of the Convention Against Genocide. It could have set the stage for an era of human rights in the post-World War II era. But 1948 was also the year that gave rise to apartheid in South Africa and to the Nakba in Palestine. And instead of an era of human rights, we saw a continuation of the era of settler colonialism, knowing that settler colonialism, even though it was under attack, it was being ended in so much of the world through brave struggles across Africa, the Middle East, Asia, Latin America. In this case, settler colonialism was not over, and the Nakba of 1948 transformed Palestine. It transformed Palestinian history, and it consolidated one of the last colonial projects in the era of decolonization. Both South African apartheid and the Nakba in Palestine were enabled by Western colonial and imperial interests. South Africa and Namibia are now free, playing an extraordinary role in the world. And now the United States, unlike the earliest stages of the Nakba, but now for sure, the US is the main enabler of the current version of the Nakba, which is underway, particularly what we see in the genocide in Gaza, which is funded and armed by the United States, arming genocide through its provision of military aid, transfer of weapons, and the provision of absolute impunity to the Israeli state for its violations of international law, international humanitarian law, and the human rights of the population. We have already seen in this escalation of the Nakba, we have seen 3 times as many people killed in Gaza, in a very small piece of historic Palestine, than were killed during the original Nakba in 1948. 36,000 people known to be killed, tens of thousands, probably more, buried under the rubble. 15,000 were killed in the period of the Nakba in 1948. 500 villages were destroyed in the Nakba in 1948. In Gaza, we have already seen the destruction of 6 major cities, 8 major refugee camps, and virtually the entire infrastructure of the Gaza Strip, all destroyed. The expulsion and dispossession of 750,000 Palestinians in 1948 in the Nakba has now led to the expulsion and dispossession, in many cases more than once, of 1.3 to 1.5 million of Gaza's 2.3 million people already. And that is underway over and over again on a daily basis. What we see shared in the period from 1948 until 2023 and now 2024 is that none of this was accidental. None of this was simply the unfortunate result of a military battle, because we see the deliberate nature of these attacks. We see the plan, because it's the same plan. The plan for ethnic cleansing, for seizing the land, for settling new colonies on what had been Palestinian land. Before October 7th of 2023, the year 2023, those first 8 months, had already been the bloodiest months across the occupied Palestinian territory since 1948. In the West Bank, there was an escalation of massive number of arrests, of pogroms carried out by settlers in Palestinian villages against those villages, military attacks by Israeli soldiers, the death of more Palestinians than any year before. And in Gaza, that year, a new study was released indicating that in the 16 years of the siege of Gaza, 20% of Gaza's children were already stunted by the age of 2 before October 7, before October 8th, and the period since then, that has led to an absolute denial of food, of water, of medicine, of shelter. This was under the easy version of a siege, the easy blockade that lasted for 16, now 17 years. And that was the effect on the children of Gaza already. In that entire period from 1948 till 2023-24, we have seen absolute impunity for the Israeli state. Since 1967, with the creation of the so-called special relationship between my government, the government of the United States, and the State of Israel, we have seen the absolute impunity guaranteed directly by the United States, including here in the United Nations, where the US consistently uses its veto in the Security Council to undermine efforts at creating a ceasefire, whether it was in 2006 in Israel's war against Lebanon, in 2008 and 9 in Operation Cast Lead against Gaza, again in Gaza in 2012, again in 2014, in the 55-day assault on Gaza of that year, in 2018, in 2021, and now again, the United States has said we don't need a ceasefire yet. What do they mean? Not enough people have been killed yet? Not enough children have been killed yet? We don't need a ceasefire yet? And in the General Assembly, Excellencies, where there is no veto, let us be very clear that the United States has been extraordinarily successful at using bribes and threats and punishments against those countries that had the temerity to stand up against US domination of this very institution. That's not a new reality. That's something that goes back to the origins of the United Nations, I'm sorry to say. There's not time today to go through that history, but it is a long-standing reality. In the current period, in this escalation that we have seen of the Nakba process that has been underway, the specific intent required by the Convention Against Genocide was made very clear by Israeli officials, military officials, political officials, members of the Knesset, members of the government, the president, the prime minister, the defense minister, other ministers, over and over again, bragging, not afraid, not ashamed, that they were intending to wipe Gaza off the face of the earth, to bring it back to the Stone Age, that they were dealing with animals and not people. They weren't worried about these statements because they knew they had the protection of the United States, that they would never be held accountable. They would not be held accountable in the International Criminal Court. They would not be held accountable by the Security Council. They would not be held accountable by the United Nations itself. And they would not be held accountable in the International Court of Justice. It took the initiative of South Africa, now the Rainbow Nation, the post-apartheid nation, taking that initiative to say to the world, that the institutions largely created in the interest of the colonial countries in the post-World War II moment could now themselves be claimed by the once colonized countries. It was a huge victory even before their ruling, their almost unanimous ruling that the actions of Israel are possibly genocidal. Those actions were first welcomed by the President of the United States, by President Biden, with a bear hug and with more weapons. The $3.8 billion worth of weapons that the US sends to Israel every year, this year has skyrocketed up to $17 billion worth of weapons. The US is now more complicit in this genocide than it ever has been before, not only because of the weapons that it is providing to carry out the genocide, but because of the impunity, and then the additional weapons on top of that. But this time there are consequences that we are seeing. Israeli cruelty seen across the world, on our screens, on our phones, on our computers, on our tablets, on our televisions, heard on our radios, across the world, has not fallen on deaf ears. There is a movement that has risen across the world to say no, to say we demand a genocide that will last, a permanent genocide. And in that context, across the United States, public opinion has dramatically shifted in a way I never thought I would experience. I've worked on this issue, well, let's just say for a longer time than I care to admit. And I thought I would never see a position in which a US elected official would be threatened with losing their next election because they were seen as being too supportive of Israel. That might happen to President Biden. That's not my choice. That's not something I applaud, because it's resulting from the US complicity in the death of thousands of Palestinians, thousands of children. But what we are seeing is this incredible shift in public opinion, so that 80% of President Biden's own party want an immediate ceasefire, right? We're not surprised to see that this movement that is not new. There has been a movement for Palestinian rights in the United States for decades. If we look back 20, 25 years, that movement has made incredible progress at changing public opinion, at changing media coverage, but it's not anywhere near where it needed to be to actually result in policy shifts. Shifting the public opinion, shifting the media coverage is only step one. It's much more difficult to change the actual policy. But what we've seen here, we saw earlier in 2023, 44% of Democrats, 44%, said that Israel was like an apartheid state. 2 years before that, in 2021, in a poll of American Jewish voters, 25% of Jewish voters in this country said Israel is an apartheid state, and 38% of young Jews, not my generation, the young Jews, said that Israel is an apartheid state. So what we're looking at now is a movement that has grown from that beginning to something extraordinary that we've never seen, with occupations of the halls of Congress, Jewish Voice for Peace, the organization I am privileged to work with, occupying Grand Central Station, the Statue of Liberty, the resignation of more and more administration officials who say, I cannot work for administration, even when I believe in what it is doing on so many domestic issues, but I cannot be part of it when it is carrying out this policy towards Gaza. Rabbis for ceasefire came here to the United Nations. They prayed in the Security Council chambers. They met with the SG on the 38th floor to say, we are here to support the United Nations efforts at creating a ceasefire, and we're here to tell you that we do not stand with our government's refusal to allow the United Nations to do its job. That kind of work has never been seen before. The vote of uncommitted across this country, which is now enough to send delegates to the Democratic Party convention this summer to say, we are going to vote against the support for genocide. We don't know what we're going to do, but we are saying we cannot now vote for someone we see as supporting genocide. This has never happened before. And then on the campuses across this country, 175 campuses at the last count, it's probably more because it's rising day by day, where the tents are going up. You know, the tents were first a symbol of the genocide, the Nakba of 1948. And now the tents have become the symbol of the resistance of students around the world, not only in the United States, across Canada, in Germany, in South Africa, across the world. Students are building encampments on their campuses to be part of a global opposition, to say we need a ceasefire now. And it's not only young Jews, obviously. This is the justice generation. This is the generation in my country that came of age politically in the summer of 2020 with the protests against the police killing of George Floyd, and came to see Palestinian rights as an issue of being against racism, seeing the colonization of Palestinian land as a racist occupation. And that justice generation has been pretty active lately. And they are changing the political character of what political leaders across this country have to take into account. We have been hearing from the administration a new kind of rhetoric. They are hearing these demands, there's no question. They are hearing it. They are changing their rhetoric. At the beginning, it was only about, all we would hear is Israel has the right to self-defense. Israel has the right to protect itself, as if that included the right to impose genocide on an entire population. But now we're hearing that President Biden was brokenhearted when he heard about the World Central Kitchen humanitarian workers being killed, 7 of them. That same day, his administration authorized the sending of 1,000 or more new bombs, including the 2,000-pound bombs, one of which can decimate the structures and the people of an entire city block. So we're hearing a shift in the language. We're not yet hearing the necessary shift in the policy. 3 days ago, we heard about a new shipment of tank ammunition and mortar rounds. This is not the ceasefire that we are demanding yet. The change in the rhetoric at the White House has not been translated into accepting the need for a ceasefire. You know, it took our movement more than 20 years to normalize the understanding that apartheid was the right term for describing Israeli actions in carrying out its occupations throughout the occupied Palestinian territory. It has taken less than 3 months to normalize the term genocide to describe what Israel is doing across Gaza. And because the Israeli actions and its intentions are so clear, that movement is now growing. We still have a huge amount of work to do. We need to unite our movement with the United Nations as a partner. And we know that there is a huge example of how to do that in the years of the 1970s and 1980s in the struggle against South African apartheid, where the United Nations played a huge role in helping to build the global movement against apartheid. And in those years, it was mainly in the General Assembly, because like now, the Security Council had a veto, and the US, and often Great Britain as well, over and over and over again would veto any resolution calling for sanctions against the apartheid regime in Pretoria. But somehow those resolutions kept getting passed in the General Assembly, urging member states to impose an arms embargo, to impose a trade embargo, to stop allowing the apartheid government in South Africa from having access to the global banking system. And over again, we would hear in the United States, oh, don't worry, it's not binding in international law. But somehow, country after country, faced with protest after protest in their own countries, using the statements and the resolutions of the General Assembly as evidence, came to their governments and said, this is your obligation. And we are demanding, we, the people of your country, are demanding that you carry it out, whether or not it's legally binding according to the UN Charter. And what do you know? One day in the 1980s, enough countries had done that enough allies of the United States had done that the United States itself finally gave in, and the Congress passed a resolution calling for sanctions against apartheid South Africa. And yes, then President Reagan vetoed the resolution, but that veto was overturned by the Congress. That's what we need to do. South Africa showed us the way with its recent initiative in the International Court of Justice, challenging the US guarantee of impunity for Israel. The ICJ ruling is now a tool of global civil society to hold up to our governments, demanding that your governments, excellencies, the governments that all of you represent, who now have this obligation, most of your governments are signatories, are state parties of the Genocide Convention. And unlike most conventions, the Genocide Convention puts obligations on every state party, not only on the country being accused of violating the terms, but on every country that is a state's party to the Genocide Convention. There is the obligation to work to prevent genocide, and if a genocide occurs, to do everything in your power to stop it. You have the model in the resolutions that were passed and how they were implemented during the years of struggle against South African apartheid. It's your opportunity to be on the right side of history. The committee can take the lead with Palestinian and global civil society to bring the UN as a whole back to doing what the Charter says it was created to do, to stop the scourge of war. And doesn't that have to also mean to stop the scourge of genocide? Even when that genocide is being enabled by the most powerful member state of this organization? We have a lot of work to do. We start with the demand for an immediate and lasting ceasefire, and we move on from there. We have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Assembly in resolution A/Res/77/23 of 30 November 2022. As such, we advocate with member states and international organizations. We have regularly a series of publications, and we have capacity building program for staff of the Palestinian government. We also organize delegation visits and international meetings in various regions to promote constructive discussions on the question of Palestine and mobilize support for and assistance to the Palestinian people. By holding a commemoration of the Nakba, we intend to continue highlighting this historical moment, marking the plight of the Palestinian people following the events we organized in 2023 to mark the Nakba's 75th anniversary, as mandated by the General Assembly in resolution A/Res/77/23 of 30 November 2022. Today's event will consist of a short opening, followed by a panel discussion. I will now deliver remarks in my capacity as chair of the Committee for the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. Excellencies, colleagues, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, last year, our committee hosted the first ever UN commemoration of the Nakba to observe its 75th anniversary. Today, we again commemorate the events of 1948 and subsequent years, which led to the dispossession and displacement of approximately 750,000 Palestinians from their ancestral lands. 1 year has passed, and after the atrocities committed by Hamas and other militant groups on the 7th of October, the Israeli response continues to be disproportionate and indiscriminate. Breaches of norms by one group do not excuse breaches of international law and norms by another. What we have witnessed over the past 7 months, much of it broadcast live across the globe, and even by the victims themselves, is unparalleled in recent history. With Gaza being under constant attack and bombardment by Israeli forces, almost 40,000 Palestinians have been killed and almost 80,000 injured, the vast majority of whom women and children. That is, 1 in every 25 Gazans killed. 1 in every 25 Gazans killed. 70% of all buildings have been destroyed. Schools and universities are in rubble. Hospitals are not functioning. And in parallel, while the war on Gaza rages, Israeli attacks by its security forces and armed illegal settlers protected by them, those attacks on Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem have increased. Palestinian land and buildings are expropriated. Palestinians are beaten and killed with impunity. The number of Palestinian detainees, often held without charge for extended periods of time, is increasing. This is the situation today. The Nakba of 1948 and today's Nakba in Gaza are not two separate, distinct events. Today's Nakba is a repetition of the Nakba of 1948. And all this time in between, we witnessed Israel's occupation and dispossession of Palestinian property, denial of rights, arbitrary arrests, including of children, brutal and disproportionate use of force, Judaization of East Jerusalem and its cultural symbols, eviction and displacement of its inhabitants. The Nakba, thus, is an ongoing process which has affected the Palestinian people over generations. International norms are flouted, and the perpetrator is seemingly immune from being held accountable. Palestinians are starving and under threat of famine. Humanitarian aid is not delivered in the amounts necessary. Humanitarians, including UN staff and journalists, are killed and injured with impunity, often despite previous coordination and promises of so-called safe routes. This is a dark time for international justice, for accountability under international law, for the rules-based international order that this organization was founded to uphold. Conflict is spreading in the Middle East. The Security Council appears paralyzed and member states divided. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in this situation, we ask ourselves, what can be done? The various actors and concerned parties, citizens of the states, civil society organizations and NGOs, governments and international organizations, all play their part working together. And we have seen throughout the world how civil societies, civil servants, academics, students clamor for an end to this conflict, the return of all hostages, the return of historical justice, freedom, and protection for the Palestinian people. Within the United Nations, Our committee plays a key role. We continued advocacy here in New York, in the General Assembly and the Security Council, through events like the one we are holding today, through the committee advocacy via our website and social media, our publications, the development of capacities of the Palestinian government, our international conferences, the panels and delegation visits we organize. Just a few weeks ago, a committee delegation comprising of myself and Minister Mansour visited Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and also it included also the ambassador of Cuba. We visited Tobago, Guyana, Trinidad, and Tobago, Guyana in the headquarters of CARICOM, the Caribbean community. In the context of that visit, 4 countries have officially recognized the state of Palestine: Barbados and Jamaica in April, Trinidad and Tobago and the Bahamas in May. Thus, by now, all CARICOM members and almost the whole Caribbean has done so. And we hope that this recent wave of support will carry toward the rest of the region and beyond. A key aspect of the efforts towards ending the war on Gaza, ending the occupation, ending the Palestinians' suffering is the work in our sphere, that of international law and relations, on ensuring that the rules we set for ourselves, the nations of the world, that those rules apply to everyone, that nobody is above the law, and that grave breaches of international law and norms must have consequences. In short, that the weak should be protected from the attacks of the strong. In this, the vast majority of member states, and indeed peoples of the world, stand together. We also call upon the international community, member states and society alike, to redouble our efforts to end the occupation and this ongoing Nakba, and bring to reality the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including to self-determination and independence, and a just resolution to the plight of Palestinian refugees. Our committee will continue to work towards the day that the Palestinian people will enjoy all their inalienable rights and live in a state of their own, in peace and prosperity, based on the two-state solution that we all know so well, that has for too long eluded implementation. We are determined to continue to stand with the Palestinian people so that one day the Nakba will end. And we call upon all others, member states, organizations, civil society, to do the same. I thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I would like to now request the representative of the State of Palestine and permanent observer to the United Nations in New York, Minister Riyad Mansour, to deliver his remarks. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, my dear brother Sheikh Niang, actually my twin brother Sheikh Niang, dear panelists, dear colleagues and friends. The Nakba encompasses both a personal tragedy for every Palestinian family and a collective ordeal, a historic injustice endured by an entire nation, a majority of which was uprooted overnight from its ancestral land while the rest were treated as strangers in their own country. It is an enterprise of displacement and replacement of a people that continues to this very day. It took 75 years for the United Nations to recognize and commemorate the Nakba. But the Nakba is not a historical event. It is a terrible reality still endured by our people. As Israel has yet to abandon its plans to push us out of history and geography. And this commemoration today comes at a time where one of the most terrible chapters of this ongoing Nakba is underway. Our people in Gaza are besieged, bombed, and starved with one aim: their destruction or their removal. The Israeli government no longer hides its true intentions. The Palestinians have three options: displacement, subjugation, or death, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, or genocide. The denial of our existence as a people continues. The denial of our rights continues. The denial of our statehood continues. But at least Israel, unchecked and unhinged, has confessed to the Nakba it had denied so far. Its extremist leaders say it unequivocally. They want a second Nakba, thus confessing to the first. A second Nakba that allows them to get rid of the Palestinian people once and for all, finish the job started decades ago. But the Palestinian people are here to stay. Their resurrection after 1948 should convince anyone that our nation will never die. But that is not a reason to allow our people to be killed once more. There is now universal recognition of the Palestinian people, and soon it will be matched by universal recognition of our state. There is a global consensus on the imperative of ending Israeli occupation, fulfillment of our national and human rights, including to the independence of our state, and having two democratic states, Palestine and Israel, live side by side in peace and security on the 1967 borders. These should not be mere wishes expressed in resolutions and obliterated by Israel on the ground in full impunity. These should be commands, the violations of which should trigger the strongest response. It is time for accountability and justice, so freedom can prevail and peace can be achieved. The Nakba must end, and stopping the Israeli assault against our people is the indispensable first step on that course, including regarding Rafah. Gaza is composed mostly of refugees who endured the Nakba, and instead of witnessing its end, they have to live through it once again, or succumb to it this time around. Enough pain, enough suffering. Not a single Palestinian generation was spared, not one. It is time to end the carnage, to end the occupation, and to end the exodus, and save generations to come from death, servitude, and forced displacement. Together, all of us, including the brave students from universities across the United States and in all corners of the globe. And I mention again the brave spark that started at Columbia University, which we salute them for their bravery and for principled position, calling for the end of the war and the disarming of the Israeli army. Together, all of us, with the solidarity of peoples and nations around the world, we can finally start to correct one of the greatest injustices of our time. Palestine has become a symbol for all freedom-loving and peace-loving nations. I repeat, Palestine has become a symbol for all freedom-loving and peace-loving nations. Palestine's destiny was, is, and will always be freedom. It should not be delayed any longer. End the injustice and free Palestine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister Mansour. I think the words we have just heard convey the conviction of a people who is a victim of tyranny, but has remained determined to keep the hope of prevailing justice alive in the face of oppression. We admire your resilience. We admire the resilience of the Palestinian people. That is why you continue to inspire the international community, to inspire the committee, with the conviction that in the end, justice will prevail, will triumph over injustice, as history has always shown. Thank you, Minister Mansour, for your inspiring statement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to request Mrs. Zaina Azam, whom I welcome. Mrs. Zaina Azam, who is a Palestinian-American writer, poet, editor, and community activist, whose work addresses themes including war and displacement, refugee and immigrant experiences. I invite her to take the floor, and today we have the privilege here to hear her reading some of her poetry. Mrs. Azam, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you to the Committee for the Exercise of the Inalienable Right of the Palestinian People for inviting me to participate in this solemn and meaningful program. It's my honor to commemorate with poetry the 76th year of the Nakba, the Palestinians' forced displacement from their homeland. As I watch the ongoing genocide in Gaza, I have a greater understanding of the trauma my parents suffered as refugees from Palestine. Indeed, for Palestinians, the Nakba never ended. It has been 76 years of loss, injustice, ethnic cleansing, dehumanization, and attempts at erasure on all levels. I'm honored to pay tribute to all the Palestinian martyrs, the wounded, starving, imprisoned, and abused, whether living in occupied Palestine, refugee camps, tents, or in the diaspora. My parents were originally from Nazareth, and my mother grew up in Jaffa. After they married, they were living in Haifa in 1948. They and my oldest brother and my entire extended family were forced to flee during the war. My parents' names are Samih and Alice Azam. My poems and my activism for Palestine are all dedicated to their memory. The first poem I'd like to read today is about my father. I thought I'd mention that he worked for many years for UNRWA in the Beirut office when I was a child. This is a poem I wrote after he died. It's titled, My Father is Now a Memory. My father is now a memory, dreamlike, clinging, fleeting, rooted. I will nurture it as he nurtured his plants, babies in a cradle, rocking gently. The roses in his garden mourn, he loved us, we loved him. The figs stand still, wishing for his tenderness. My father searched for Palestine in them, the memory of sweetness reawakened, nostalgia guiding him homeward. I can't remember him as a younger man anymore. He's an old man with clouds for hair, crevices in the earth of his face, waterfall nose, crescent moon smile. He would sing snippets of a song, recite a line of poetry. Sometimes it would make sense. Sometimes it was out of place. He might laugh heartily, amused by a memory. He tried to teach my children to lick a drop of coffee from his little finger, as he had done with me on his lap decades ago. He clung to memories, found solace in reliving, replicating. Maybe he could find a home for the old in the new. My father yearned for the homeland he saw again only once in 50 years. We should never have left, he would say, out of the blue, shaking his head. They shot your neighbor. It was wartime. The Deir Yassin massacre had just come to light. No matter. We should have stayed. Maybe he would have been killed too. Maybe I would never have been born. A fig tree cut down. A fig imagined. 15 roses he bought the day before he died, planted only 3. My mother gave the others away to friends one by one. They will yearn for him, be planted far from home, refugees in diaspora. He loved us. We loved him. Since October 2023, Israel's war on Gaza has been a war on Gaza's children. Palestine Red Crescent Society just reported that over 15,000 children in Gaza have been killed. An entire generation has been annihilated or physically and mentally scarred forever. I wrote a poem at the end of October 2023 when I learned that some parents in Gaza were writing their children's names on their legs so they could be identified should the parents or the children be killed. I recently saw a video of a little boy in Gaza who was writing his own name on his leg, quote, "so I can be identified," unquote. He cried. It was truly heartbreaking. As a parent and as a grandparent, I am so heartbroken. The poem is titled Write My Name, and it's in the voice of a child from Gaza. Write my name on my leg, Mama. Use the black permanent marker with the ink that doesn't bleed if it gets wet, the one that doesn't melt if it's exposed to heat. Write my name on my leg, Mama. Make the lines thick and clear and add your special flourishes so I can take comfort in seeing my mama's handwriting when I go to sleep. Write my name on my leg, Mama, on the legs of my sisters and brothers. This way we will belong together. This way we will be known as your children. Write my name on my leg, Mama, and please write your name and Baba's name on your legs too, so we will be remembered as a family. Write my name on my leg, Mama. Don't add any numbers like when I was born or the address of our home. I don't want the world to list me as a number. I have a name and I'm not a number. Write my name on my leg, Mama. When the bomb hits our house, when the walls crush our skulls and bones, our legs will tell our story, how there was nowhere for us to run. One day, it struck me how central the concept of khair, or goodness, is to Arab culture. The Arabic word khair is uttered often during each day. How lovely it is that one of our major touchstones of our lives is the idea of goodness. And we use it in our speech and with each other all the time. Here's a poem titled Khair. From the time farmers rise with the sun until night descends, there is talk of it. Songs and Quranic verses about khair, morning of khair, evening of khair. There's no getting around goodness. Tusbahi ala khair, my mother would wish me as she kissed my forehead at bedtime. May you wake up to goodness. Later I learned to respond, wa inti min ahlo. May you be part of its family, the family of khair. Even watching TV, as we waited for bad news from Gaza, she would admonish, khair inshallah, goodness, God willing. No matter the misfortune, she was sure Allah would eventually bring khair to Palestine. Maybe it all started with her neighbors in Jaffa, the family whose name was Khair Allah, God's goodness. From kindness to comity, their ancestors packed so much in this name. It was a hedge against hardship, an incantation in their bones, Palestine's bones, where khair resides from morning till night, in a mother's kiss at bedtime, deep in a farmer's land. There, the roots of khair multiply in the earth, goodness bristling. Before I read my last poem today, I'd like to leave you with a thought. Palestine's beloved national poet, Mahmoud Darwish, once said that, quote, every beautiful poem is an act of resistance, unquote. So here's my final poem. It's titled Colors for the Diaspora. It was originally inspired by the colors of the Palestinian flag, how it's been illegal for Palestinians to display these colors. Although I do mention the 4 banned colors in this poem, I include other colors as well. In this way, the black, green, red, and white are found organically with other colors in nature in Palestine. The poem can be read as an elegy to our forefathers and foremothers who were displaced and dispossessed of their national home, searching for the colors of their land and struggling for the liberation of Palestine. Colors for the diaspora. Blue-green, watery globe, tugging to a red core. We are a distant comet, white cloud of unburnished rocks, frisking the heavens for an arc to earth, sea, home. Green-brown Palestine, cactus fruit and wild thyme, olive orchards, cypress trees. We travel on your mountaintops, tethered by voices from suitcases and the yaw of blackened keys. Blue-black night, silver stars of ancestors traveling a displaced orbit around a lost sun, repeating, when will we see the colors of our land? When will we land? Thank you.
Mrs. Azam, I cannot thank you enough, not only for honoring us with your presence here, but also for sharing through your very beautiful poems, such moving, captivating, and emotional testimony of the Palestinian resilience. Thank you so very much. This concludes the opening session of